Good morning, everybody. First off, thank you very much, Wonky Circle, for the sub. I don't know why the animation did not play. So it's really starting to bother me that these things don't play. Everything's turned on, everything's enabled, you know. So I don't know what's going on. The action says it should work, but it did not work. What is this? Oh well, that one worked. Thank you for the sub. Maybe it's for some reason in the first screen. Maybe for some reason the first screen is not working. I don't understand. I'm gonna have to check that out because it should have played. That should have played in the first screen too. Let's test it out. It just worked. So yeah. BA Survivor, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. I don't know what's going on with that. It might be because something in that first screen isn't set right. I will work it out. I probably don't have to set it up. Not. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, we'll see. No, but it should queue after the zombie, if nothing else, and it didn't do that either. That's why I was waiting, but we'll figure it out. It may have something to do with the way I have the queue set up in the first screen. I thought I set it all up. I may have to just do a copy, and it'll work fine. Well, okay, so today we're going to be a little bit busy. We have we're going to show that interview today at 12:30 that I did back in 2012 with Kat. And we even talk about it in the interview. I do not do interviews that often. In fact, rarely do I do an interview. And for the first 22 years at that point, this was the first interview I had done since I started in 1991 to 2012. And the interview was, I think it's pretty good. It does definitely show me and who I am. And it's probably, I don't know, I liked it. But I did, it took me a little while because I started in November, December, trying to get everybody to approve me showing it. So it is now, last person officially approved, and we're all good. So we're going to run that today at 12:30. Runs about an hour and a half, I think. But yeah, should be interesting. And what I will do is we will do a Q&A after. Oh, okay. I don't know. I'll have to check. I'll check on renewal, see if I have that in there. I'm gonna make sure that's in there too. So I want you guys to get credit for that. Let me see what I did. Boop, 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 boop. Events. Length is what we're looking for. Yeah, so it's about an hour and a half long. Is the interview. Is the ITGS interview. And what that means is, I don't know if you guys are old enough to remember God, what was it called again? Inside the movie studio or inside the movie something, behind the movies or something like that. It used to be an interview show that was on PBS, and so we did one called Inside the Gamer Studio, and it was Inside the Actor Studio. So we turned it Inside the Gamer Studio and did a series of interviews, and this was one of them. Just click the share button. It only appears to them in chat. That may not trigger any of your bots. That could be. I'll have to check that. Is there a renewal? Twitch target, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I'll have to look. Because I can add, I know I can add another trigger. And that would be a Twitch renewal. Let me look at this real quick. Subs. Gift bomb, pay it forward. Subscriptions. Let me see. Nope, doesn't have it. Oh, thank you for the bits. That's awesome. Oh, that is so tiny up there. I cannot even see that. Thank you for the 100 bits. One, oh. Oni Demon. Sorry, my brain went blank for a moment. I'm thinking about 12 things at once here. Okay, what I'm thinking about this here, this is not. So that's only does subs. I'm assuming it's only new subs, but we'll get it worked out. How are you this morning? And happy Friday. I'm doing well. Not looking forward to the time change coming up. But we will see how that goes. We're going to try to keep to the rest of the schedule as much as possible. I figured starting that at 12:30 would be a good starting point. For the sake of saving some time, I will probably just play Blackthorne today, but we will see. Time changes suck. Yeah, I don't mind the ones when it goes forward, but when it goes back are the ones that always throw me off. Yeah, well, Savvy, you guys don't have it till the end of the month, right? If I remember correctly, yours is in like 2 weeks. Yeah. So for a very short period of time, we'll only have a 4-hour difference instead of a 5-hour difference. I do not know, Frantic. I say just meet at the half hour and leave it. That's the way I would do it, but that's me. Okay, let's get to the shirt of the day as we move along in our little quest for happiness. Here is today's shirt. It's funny because I found a series of these and they made me laugh. Because this one obviously is Star Wars with Doctor Who, but I also have a Minion one where the Minions are carrying the TARDIS away. So they're cute shirts. What's sad is this one under the arms is all ripped up and all this stuff. I've had this thing for at least 10 years or something like that. So yeah. Well, they go to school in the dark to be taught in the dark. That's what school is. At least your schools work. One thing I found very fascinating when I was living in the UK is every single person I met could play the piano, which I thought was actually kind of cool. And I think as part of the education system, I don't know, but pretty much everyone I met in the UK could play the piano to some degree, and I was actually very fascinated by that. And I wish we would do that in the US, to where you would at least learn basics on a piano to be able to just sit down and play something. Yeah, it makes I found it very very well rounded in abilities and stuff like that. So I really actually enjoyed the talents of the UK population. Okay, today's movie of the day is The Babadook. Babadook, 2014. A single mother and her child fall into a deep well of paranoia when an eerie children's book titled Mr. Babadook manifests in their home. Now, I heard huge rave genes about this movie, that everybody really liked it and thought it was really cool. I don't know. I found it a little bit boring, but my idea of terror is completely different than most people's. So, it was all right. Okay. Since today is, in fact, Friday, the movie was really good. It was, yeah, could have been a little bit stronger, in my opinion. You promised me terror and horror, and it just kind of sat there. Okay. Let's go to albums of the week. It is album of the week day. Our first album for this week is Black Sabbath Paranoid, released on Friday, September 18th, 1970, featuring the songs War Pigs, Paranoid, Planet Caravan, Iron Man, Electric Funeral, Hand of Doom, Rat Salad, and Fairies Wear Boots. So that's album 1 for today, and album 2 for this week is Aerosmith, Get Your Wings, released March 1st, or Friday, March 1st, 1974. Same Old Song and Dance, or featuring the song Same Old Song and Dance, Lord of the Thighs, Spaced, Women of the World, SOS, Train Kept a Rollin', Seasons of Wither, and Paranoia Box. Or sorry, Pandora's Box. Wow, I can read. Honest. I know words. I know all words. Words. What is the scariest movie you have ever seen in your adult years? The problem is movies don't scare me. You know, I can see the horror, like the older movies, the older horror movies. Like Last Man on Earth with Vincent Price I thought was really good. I know it's been remade a billion times. My favorite old time movie is Death Takes a Holiday, which has also been made a few times, and we've talked about it on the show. You know, and it was remade into Meet Joe Black with Brad Pitt, in which the only good part of that movie was Brad Pitt pinball when he got hit by the cars. That was funny. But horror movies don't really affect me that much. They never have. You know, I like some of them. Like I like Phantasm when I was a kid. That was a great movie. You know, there were also, you know, it's weird. It's just things that like horrify some people just make me giggle. Like Dexter, which is a horrifying idea, but totally relate, you know? So, yeah, there was one, what was it called? In fact, I think I have it coming up in the next week or so. Let the Right One In, I think is the name of it, if I remember correctly. Let me look at my list here. But I think it's coming up. But that one was psychologically interesting. I really found that one fascinating. Okay, let's see. Movie list. And it was made in, I think I would say Sweden, but I might be wrong. I'm not saying it on the list. Maybe we already did it. I think it was called like Let the Right One In or something like that. Yeah, Let the Right One In, 2008. Yeah, it's coming up on the list, but that one kind of went, wow, that's interesting. But I also, luckily, I've lived in the UK, so I know that the way movies are done and entertainment is done is different. So I found those fascinating. So, yeah, jump scares are silly. I know there's a lot of them, you know, but I also saw, are they remaking Nightmare on Elm Street with the girl from Stranger Things, with Elle from Stranger Things? I saw a picture of her with Freddy, but I wasn't sure if they were announcing that they're remaking Nightmare on Elm Street. It's good to see Robert Englund getting work. That's awesome. He's been around forever. But remakes to me don't always cut it. Yeah, they've completely remade my childhood and ruined most of it. Okay, let's see. What time is it? So we have about an hour. Let's go ahead and let's see. I didn't even turn this on today. Let me turn turn on our machines here. I was working on some stuff, trying to work on our dad joke list is something I was working on. And what is interesting is there's a built-in thing in, I think Windows 11 that you can, I took, because I'm trying to get all the, because I'm not reading them out loud anymore, I want to be able to get all of the dad jokes from the books that I have into the system so that we can put them up on the screen. And what I found was this program called Snipping, Snipping. And what you can do with it is I can take my phone and take a picture of a page, put it in my computer, pull the picture up, take the snipping tool, highlight all the text on it, and then it will turn it into text. And then I can copy it into my spreadsheet that I'm building the dad jokes gallery on. And that was awesome because I was typing it all in by hand before and it was taking forever. So last night I just went through and took pictures of every page of every dad joke book I had that we haven't done yet. And this weekend I'll be just transferring them all over that way. So that was actually a fun thing to find out. So if you ever need to turn an image into text, there's this thing called snipping. It's called the snipping tool. And all you have to do is highlight the page, do like a Windows Shift S so you can pick the page from the image, and then tell it to make it text, and it will read all the text and make it into a text file. You just copy the text. Nice little tool. That's real handy. Yeah, take a look at it because it was a godsend to me because it was just like, oh my God, I don't have to type this stuff anymore. But what I was thinking about afterwards is it really would have helped when I was doing the tutorials, because I could have done a capture of the code on the screen and it would have made it into a text file for me and I wouldn't have to do all the typing. But that would save me a lot of time. Oh, good. I see. Okay. Survivor. VA Survivor. I use the snipping tool every single day as a programmer. I snap a shot of a code. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was just saying is I wish I would have had it when I was doing the tutorial, because I would have done it the exact same way. I would have been, okay, capture it, boom. It would have saved me having to fix all the bugs because I typed it in wrong. But yeah, that's an excellent tool. I'm just like, oh my God, I wish I would have known it was there. But I was looking up ways to turn captured images with text on them into text, and that's how I found it. What is this command again? It's a built-in thing in I know it's in Windows 11. I don't know if it's in Windows 10. It's called the snipping tool. SNIPPING tool. No, it's not a snip and scratch. Not snip and sketch. Huh? I took that way too weird. It's in 10 as well. Oh, wow. Windows Shift S. Yeah, you use Windows Shift S to capture the part you want to turn to text, and it just does it. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Savvy. I was actually getting that together too. But it's built in, so use it. I mean, you can capture any text on screen and turn it, or anything on screen that has writing, and turn it into a text file. So that was pretty cool. So yeah. So what we're going to do, so if we do, I'm trying to think of time here. We're going to go ahead and, there's going to be right after the zombie, we'll come back and go into Blackthorne for a little while. That'll give me time to set it up because I don't have it set up. Yeah, I can think of 1,000 uses for that tool. I just wish, like I said, I just wish I knew about it before, because that's just, gimme, gimme, gimme. It is a very nice toy. Okay, we're going to, ads should come up any second now. We're going to be hit by a zombie. Sometime use it on GTA. Oh, okay. Ads now. Here's your zombie. Bam. Okay. Now I can go over here and set this up. Brains. We got brains. No worries, you got it. That is not where we were. Try this again. Okay, yeah, that looks right. Okay. Cool beans. Yeah, sometimes shorten doesn't work, but I'm glad it's working. I'm glad I was able to find that, and I'm glad I'm able to share that with you guys, because it is really helpful. Oh my God, it's helpful. Especially when someone sends you this something that's just massive, you know, or if there's the coding thing is a perfect example of, you can just, there's a wall of text on something you're watching on YouTube, you can grab it and turn it into actual text that you can manipulate and stuff in a Word document, which is great. It's handy for images. I haven't used it on images. I've only used it for texting. I don't know what other things it does. So, forgot to add your emote to the thank you message. Oh, sorry. Ads should be finished. We are done with ads. Okay, let us jump over to our fancy Blackthorne thingy. Ooh, we fancy. Run the credits for a minute, because it's always cool to run the credits. Let people have the credit for what they do. Oh, cool. Yeah, I'll have to look at what other things it does. I know it has like a whole list of things here. I just haven't used them yet. It also has something for snippets for video and other things, but I haven't. Only thing I was interested in is getting text captured. Okay, we have run through that. Let me get the controller. With Blackthorne, we will start back where we had left off. I think I believe we were in pretty good shape when we left. Let us see. Yes, we are actually not too bad. What do we have? Do we have an elevator pad? We do. Maybe we can bypass this guy. Don't have to bypass what you can blow up, right? What did he have? Another key. Keys are what we want. Trying to see if there's a ledge up there that we can jump onto, or climb up to. Nope. Okay, so let's try this. Oh, that won't even go up. Okay. What if we did it on this side? Nope. No going up there. That means we have to do... No, we have to do that stupid... Oh, no, we did that. Oh. Jarrett, Jared, thank you very much for the follow. Oh wait, no, thank you very much for the sub. I read that wrong. Thank you very much, Jar. Okay, any walls we can walk through? Nope. We can't go up. We gotta go back down. I guess we just came up here to get the key. Okay, we've been that way. I think everything from this way. Oh, we have to go back to. Okay, we gotta listen for that thing to fall. Okay, it's falling right now. Okay, the next one we run. Okay, we've made it back through. Okay. That would be the keys. Interesting. What if we stepped off here? Oh no, that's where we had to go through and jump. Okay. Oh no, we have to go down and around because this will just put us up where the doors are and we need the keys to open those. Wait a minute. Oh no, that's where we got all the extra gear before. We only have one key. But if we take that key, no, we do have a second key. We have this key. Okay, so we need to use our elevator pad to jump up to get up there. Is there a way up here on this side? No. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. Looked like he didn't drop anything. Nope, he didn't drop anything. Okay. We have no life, right? Nope, no life. The interview will be at 12:30. I just picked an arbitrary time of 12:30 to start it, and then that'll end it by 2 o'clock, and then we'll do some other things. Then we'll have a half hour or so of Q&A if you guys want. So Wow, that's a lot. Okay, this is going to be tricky. We only have 2 lives. I wonder if the rock guy's body will take hits from the guy shooting. Interesting. Well, that sucked. And we're dead. Okay, let's go back here for a second. We only have 3. It's the thought that counts. Let's find something out here. What I want to know is there something on the far right? There is not. No, we had to try. Okay, let's do this. Let's save here so we don't have to do that again. Oh, quick straw over there. Doesn't look like he's going to hit the... Let's find out. Nope. Damn it. Why is he walking forward? What the... Can he shoot through the rock golem? Yes, he can. As long as the rock golem is not in his golem state, he can shoot past him. So, but it doesn't look like the other guy shoots the rock golem when it is. So he's not helping. That's all I'm saying. Damn it. Ah. Why is he walking forward? I am not pushing forward. I'm not jumping. Yeah, that makes it difficult because you would think he would. I don't know. I guess they're friends. Let's see what happens if I do this. Gotta be closer, I guess. That helped. Of course, now I probably need those somewhere else and I don't have them. You gotta get far enough away to where I can shoot you. But you're gonna just keep being right there, aren't you? Yeah. Yeah, especially when you have two of them like that. It's just like, what the hell? Okay. I need life. I have nothing in my inventory. I'm screwed. Really? I have to take the chance that they drop something. Okay, let me do this. I'm going to go to 2. And I'm going to save this on 2. Because I'm really worried I'm going to have to go back to the last one. Because I only have 1 life here. Now I can jump across maybe, but with 1 life it's not a good thing. I'm hoping that there's some... Okay, pull the gun. Let both of them get over to the far side. They got nothing. Is there anything over here? Nope. My controller is doing some weird stuff because he's doing things that I'm not telling him to do here. I don't have my platform anymore, so I have to make this jump. Oh, I hate jumps. Hopefully, I can jump and grab hold of it and hang for a minute. Let's save for a second. Yes, okay. Okay, that wasn't so bad. Okay, there is a platform there, which means there's a gun. Yep, knew it. Okay, we're all good. No, he's going to roll too far in. Okay, we need to go in, draw our gun, go in, and immediately duck. There we go. Ah! I did not see the orc. So we have a bad guy, we have an orc, and we have the roly-poly guy. This is a... Nah. Let's take a look again. Okay, we have roly-poly guy. We have bad human. We have orc. That's a lot. And the orc is going to keep walking towards us because eventually he's going to... Eventually he is going to punch us in the face and kill us. Yep, because we only have one life. I think we may have to start this level over in order to get through it. Because I need to have a lot more life to be able to get through these last couple. Because that's a messed up situation right there. Yeah, well, my son isn't playing this game. I mean, it would be fair to me if the rock guy would block their shots, but it doesn't seem to block their shots. Yeah. Interesting. You would think that we would get more life on this one since there's such... let's see something. No, because we don't have any way to climb up, do we? So there wouldn't be any... Oh, zombies. Morning. I do. I have some rubbing alcohol, but I can't fix it right now. So I will fix it this weekend. See what happens. Because he was walking forward and I was pushing up. So he shouldn't have been walking forward at all. Okay, we have no bombs. We got nothing. Should have saved those bombs, but I was frustrated with the other thing. I could have thrown those bombs out and that might have done something. We may have to go back to 1. Which means we have to do that first one again. Work the timing out on it. So there was nothing for... Because the last couple of guys we've talked to, nobody's dropped anything. And that sucks. What's funny is I think that's probably the end of the level too, right past that. Oh, let's see. We're way down here at the bottom. Oh, okay, brains are gone. I didn't hear the final little brain thing. I think what we're on... Damn, I'm trying to look for something real quick. Is this the one? Yeah, this is the one. And I'm right. It is right past. That is the last enemies before that. And I think that platform also opens the... yeah, I can hear it. That also opens the rock wall behind them. So we're going to have to do... Well, that's interesting. If I die, I'm going to try something. I'm going to die, I mean, but whatever. Okay. I'm going to do something stupid. Nothing says we have to kill them. So, let me do this. Let me wait for it to fall back down. Let me listen. Okay, it's falling back down now. Run, baby! It's not down. I didn't hit it. I jumped over it. That's funny. Okay. It's an interesting idea. Okay, we can't really... Okay, let me try what we were doing before with this guy. So if we do a... Yeah, that's a problem. The rock guy's in the way. Yeah, I thought 2 was hard. Yeah, funny, huh? What's bad is literally past the brick wall, the brick door thing, is the end of this level. Although we did have some cool times in this level, like the falling 4 screens to our death was a lot of fun. No. But looking at the map, yeah, that's Yeah, what I may need to do is go back and see if we missed... We had to have missed a some power-up somewhere. Okay, let's check every wall. Nope. No. So all we need really is just one life juice bottle, and we should be okay. Go back to the original areas. That one's going to stay up. This one we can take the key out of. Go up and see if... I'm pretty sure we got both, everything from Milli Vanilli there, so we'll look anyway. Okay, Millie, you didn't have anything else. Yes, we got everything from Milli Vanilli. I don't think we can get back up to the top from here. I think we're trapped down here, so we can't go back. Yeah, we can't go up. I think this is where we went before, and we're able to... This is where the secrets were before, but it doesn't look like there's any more in there. Yeah, we're right back where we were. This is where we had to do the run to get to the other side. There was nothing back there. Maybe. I hate these things. Nope. We do go back. I need to go back there later to open up the rock again. Nope. Nope, can't go up there. All right, yeah. We've done everything down here. We've done everything we can in the level. Anything we missed, we probably missed before we came down that one area. Can't go back up that area. I was waiting to hear the rock go up or go back down so I could make this run. Okay. Yeah, we've done everything we can do. We need to go back up to where we were. Yeah. Oh well. We're still back up there, so. Oh, that sucks. We must have missed one life force, or we should have played it differently. Because we are literally 3 monsters away from the end of this, but we've done our 30 minutes. As you can see, it says time's up in the top corner. Now we have about 30 minutes. So what I think we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and do dad jokes and get those done, because I think that'll take about a half hour, and then that'll put us right into 12:30. So let's do our announcement here. Boop, not that one. We wanted Discord. We're on the Discords. And we need the logo. That up there. We're gonna do these a little bit early. Hopefully it won't take more than a half hour, and then we'll go right into the interview, which should be interesting. What I'm going to do though on the interview is I'm going to turn my camera off, but it will still be there. I will still be here, and I will try to keep up with chat. So let's get this done. Take the logo down. Put our stuff up here. I did add some things to here, so we'll see how those go. What interview? I apparently missed something. Oh, if you look in our Discord under news, I'm going to run an interview I did in 2012 with Kat Metzen. And yeah. So because we're at very little time, I'm just going to get right into it. Here we are for dad jokes. And here we go. The first joke is for your reading enjoyment. Yes, you will see me beardless in this interview. Beardless, but I will have long hair. So, all right, joke number 1. Why did the cashier rip money in half? Why did the cashier rip money in half? I have to start the timer. Forgot about the timer. Time for timer. Okay, back up here. Let's see, lost, blah, 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 blah. Back to you guys. All right. Because the product was 50% off. Half price. I tried to match the timer on screen as closely to the other one. I also took out a lot of the spamming time in there. Needs change. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. I feel very rushed today, but that's okay. We'll be fine. Why did the cashier rip money in half? Time is up. So why did the cashier rip the money in half? They were asked to break a bill. They were asked to break a bill. Once again, I do not write these jokes. I just read them. One can for me, no cans for you. Oh, I was about to guess to split a bill. That would have been close. It would have been close. I might have given it to you, but no, not today. All right. The next joke that we have is, what do you call a priest that becomes an attorney? What do you call a priest that becomes an attorney? I know you guys are going to get this one. This one's going to be easy for you. What do you call a priest that becomes an attorney? I have faith in you. Come on, you guys got this. Very good. Cthulhu gets it with the answer, a father-in-law. So, Cthulhu, here is your Viking soda. Vikings, please serve up his soda to him. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Oh, nicely done. Very nicely done. Okay, Vikings, you okay? Yeah, I know. Yeah, we have more in the back. Just go in the back behind the freezer. There's more cans, so you can grab them back there. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Oh, we have to wait for the timer to run out because I still haven't figured out how to kill an action in this thing. We are now tied 1-1, 18 to go, and our time is up. Disappears. Okay, let's go to our next joke. It is, how do you how do you comfort a JavaScript bug? How do you comfort a JavaScript bug? I read good. I go reader. Wrap it in a bracket. You take your little JavaScript and burrito wrap it. Yeah, that'll be good. Just a little baby Java. You console a Cthulhu is correct again. So let's get this. How do you comfort a JavaScript bug? You console it. You console it. That is correct. Doop doop doop. So let's see. That's 2 for Cthulhu. You delete it. He's Java dev. You don't. You laugh at it. Like that one. That one was pretty good. Okay. Oh, hi Archon. Thank you very much for the sub. I appreciate it. Welcome to the group. You have risen above the common ranks. I acknowledge you. Oldest line in the book. It's not a bug. It's a feature. Yeah, and that's exactly it. I did remove some of the announcements in chat, but I added that on screen so that we could see that it actually is running. Next one. What did the outraged flower say? What did the outraged flower say? Yeah, the timer's actually slowing me down, which is good because I was getting very, very rushed. I'm blooming mad. Good one, but no. Ads incoming. Oh, wow. Already? Oh, 2 minutes. We got plenty of time. Stop picking me. What incarnation? That is the correct answer. The correct answer is, what did the outraged flower say? What incarnation? That is correct. So that goes to Shoei is a pirate. Shoei is a pirate. Here is your Viking soda. Vikings, please give Shoei a soda. My grandpa live that joke. Love that joke. Okay, good. What incarnation? Okay, let's try to get one more in before the ad comes up. What did the fireman name his two sons? What did the fireman name his two sons? This one's going to be a real eye roller. 100% eye roller right here. What did the fireman name his two sons? Nope. Something like pin pon? No. I'm not even sure what that means. The sound of a truck makes. Nope. Hopefully we'll get it before someone will get it before the Jose and Hose B. Nevi is correct. What did the fireman name his two sons? Jose and Hose B. That is correct. So Nevi will get the soda for you guys. And somewhere around the end of the 10 seconds here, I think we're going to be going into a zombie land. So let's clear that for now, and then we're gonna wait for the zombie because we're gonna need to. I don't think we can get another one in before the zombie. The zombie rules. Zombie rules. See, told you. Zombie. Okay. I was thinking about the tools like axe. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. Jose and Hose B. That one did make me laugh when I read it yesterday when I was putting the list together. And yes, I realized that she wrote Hose A as opposed to Jose, but that's I got to give it to her for that one, or give it to them because I don't know what Nevi is. I don't know your pronouns. Sorry. And the ads with the shotgun blast. That could be interesting. Right now, it's just another one. It's just saying brains. Okay. True North, I have no idea what you just wrote. It is so incredibly tiny. Okay. Sorry, Nevi. I did not check, so. And had no intention on checking, but that's okay. Oh, that's the little brains. Okay, cool. All good. Okay. Okay, we have 17 seconds. What do we have on time? We have 20 minutes there. Okay, hopefully we'll get through them all. If not, we'll come back after and finish this up. All good, all good. Okay, we're back. So we're going to rush right along. What did the girl throw butter? Why did the girl throw butter out the window? Why did the girl throw butter out the window? Why did the girl throw butter? Okay, True North, you are absolutely right. Why did the girl throw butter out the window? She wanted to see a butterfly. So yes, you guys are correct. You now have five. Five. So to make her Romeo have smooth lines. Interesting. Okay. Unfortunately, I can't stop the timer. To make her Romeo have smooth lines. I don't even get that one. I don't understand that one. I know that butter makes things smooth. I don't know. Weird. Trying to understand that one. We'll go to the next one in a couple seconds. I have my finger on the ready. A butter Romeo up. Okay. Next one is, who was the best employee in the Ocean's Balloon Factory? Who was the best employee in the Ocean's Balloon Factory? Okay, so we do have the right answer. But depending on what part of your world you're in, it is called different things. So we have the very first one, which is the pufferfish, is a correct answer. And the blowfish is the one that is in this one as the answer. So I'm going to have to, and both of them literally came in at the same time. So we're going to give you guys two sodas, one for Sneedling and one for VA, because they both came in exactly the same time and from different regions. So we're going to give them that. So you will get your 6-pack, and the Vikings will put that on the side for you. And then you will get one extra. So cool. Yeah, blowfish does work better for the pun. That is usually the general rule, but both of them literally came at the same time. Yeah, time is up, and I'm killing time. So, okay, boop-a-doop. How do you get a message to a fish? How do you get a message to a fish? We should have pretzels and something for if we improve upon a joke. Oh, pretzels. I don't have pretzels. How would I give you a pretzel? Should I put pretzels on the side? Maybe I could draw a pretzel. Okay, you made me stop watching the answers here while I was thinking about that. Okay, bubble signals, no. Message in a bottle, no. Oceans Express, no. You get him online, nope. Send it a line. I think that will probably end up being the right one. Or drop it a line. Okay, yes. You corrected it before anybody else answered it. So how do you get a message to a fish? You drop it a line. So Sneedling, here is your soda. Yeah, I've just figured out how to do the pretzels. Here's what I'm going to do for the pretzels. I'll explain it when you guys get this next one. We have the extra time because we're going to move along. Good one. Okay. What sound do porcupines make when they hug? What sound do porcupines make when they hug? My theory is if you guys improve on the joke, then I can put a pretzel above the can for that joke. I think that'll be good. Ouch. Okay, that you are all correct. Sparta was the first one with the ouch, so that is correct. The correct answer is ouch. And let's give you that. But yeah, I can maybe put a small I'll draw a pretzel and just put it so where it can be put above the cans. I think that will work out well. Okay. You mark these off. Okay, those are all done. Okay, what time is it? Okay, we have 14 minutes. So we are not going to get through all of the jokes in this round. So what we'll do is we'll leave at like 12:27, which is in about 11 minutes. We'll leave this screen as is and we'll go to the other thing and then play it through. We're getting upgrades, yes, all the time. I try to evolve things as we're talking and we're doing things and things come up. You know, one of them was I talked about this shirt yesterday or a couple days ago that I like, which was Officer, I'm not 3.1417. And I'm saying I'm 3.1417, not 420. And someone, and I have the name, I don't have it in front of me right now, came up with the idea as Officer, I'm not pi, I'm pi, not high, and I really like that, so I made a mock-up of that shirt. So we may use that for something. Okay, next question is, why can't you give Elsa a balloon? Why can't you give Elsa a balloon? Twas me. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Blaze, I did write it down. I just didn't have it in front of me. So she'll let it go. Sparta is correct. She will let it go. She will let it go. So Sparta, here is your soda. Good for you. Yes. It pops. She let it go. Let it go. I don't want to hear anymore. Stop singing the song. She will let it GFO. Also, I need that shirt. Yeah. I did mock it up, and it does look extremely funny. Let me see if I can pull Photoshop up here real quick just for giggles, since we're not going to get through all the jokes anyway. Where did I put it? Oh, actually, no, I did make a... Here, let's do this. Image. We're going to stop for a second and just throw something up on the screen. See what I did with it. Oh, no, that's the other one. Okay, I did mock it up, but I didn't save it. I do listen to you guys. I honestly do. So let's close that. That's not going to go to an image. We're going to close that. We're going to grab a screen is what we need to do. Grab a screen, grab a screen. No, it's not grabbing the right screen. Nope. God, why is this not working? It's right there. Can you see it? It's right there. No. I hate Photoshop sometimes. Oh. It's grabbing the back. It's not grabbing the front of Photoshop here. No, it's not grabbing it at all. That's really weird. All it's doing is grabbing this stupid foreground. It's not grabbing the actual screen of the actual working parts. Let me do this. I know how I can do it now. Save as, export. We're taking a small interlude. Save this, so that would be G. Okay, now we can pull it up as an image. Where is our image? Here's our image. There you go. No, officer, I'm pi, not high. I thought that was funny. Made me laugh. So that is the shirt. Okay. Because she let it go is the correct answer. You have got your soda for that. I got distracted for a minute. That's okay. We can do probably about 2 more, it looks like. Alrighty then. The next joke is, what do you call an almond in a spacesuit? What do you call an almond in a spacesuit? Well, let's see. We do have the correct answer out there. And it's by, that's why it's a team effort. We all get some, yeah, it's cool. McCase got it correct first. You call them an astronaut. So there you go. It's an astronaut. So here is your team's Viking soda for the astronaut. I just want to note that I have no Viking. Oh wait, I have one. Okay, I have one. That's okay. I can deal with one. I got one. I got one. Thought I was having fun. I got one. So now I don't have to run. Okay, this timer thing's dangerous because I'm going to sit here and make up stupid songs and it's going to drive me crazy. Well, my streak is broken. You guys, you'll get it. Here is our next one. For your second 6-pack, it will be, where do cows display their artwork? Where do cows display their artwork? You're going to get this in about a heartbeat. So, at the museum. Oh, Spalding, you got beat out. Way too ballin' got there before you did. So where do cows display their artwork? At the museum. So you guys now have 2 6-packs. Now we're going to run this interview in a minute, and I hope it doesn't bore the crap out of you guys, but we're going to see what we can do here. The museum. That's right, we said it. Oops. The next one you guys are going to get faster than probably any one you've ever gotten. Although the museum one did come through pretty quickly there. Okay. You guys have 2 6-packs to my 1 soda. Okay, the next one is, and probably our last one. No, we can probably do 2 more. If April showers bring May flowers, what do May flowers bring? In 3, 2, 1, correct answer is now. First answer should be the correct answer. Pilgrims. You're absolutely right. Way too bowling. If April showers bring May flowers, what do May flowers bring? Pilgrims. That is correct. Hay fever. That's true too. Now, this is an old joke from, God, when I was probably being told before I was a kid. You know, that's a USA joke. Yes, it is. And it makes fun of the fact that helps people remember about what time the pilgrims arrived. You know, yearlings are getting too good at these. Yeah, you are, but I'm working on that. So like I said, I found better ways. I'm collecting better jokes. The trick is to have some that are not reruns, because reruns are a problem. Okay, we're going to make the next one the last one. For now, we'll come back to this later today, after we do the Q&A for the interview. So here's the last one we're going to do right now, and it's going to be, why should you never tell a secret in the produce aisle? Why should you never tell a secret in the produce aisle? Because it leaks. Because the mushroom has ears. Someone will spill the beans. The corn has ears. The corn has ears. It can be bad. Okay, 26 minutes. Because everyone there has something fresh. You never know who you will meet. This is going to be an eye roller. I can already tell. Your answers are amazing, but this is going to be an eye roller. Soda roll. Okay, time is up. So, why should you never tell a secret in the produce aisle? Because corn has ears, potatoes have eyes, and beans talk. So you guys did get them separately, but you didn't get all of them together. Therefore, I get the soda. Me. I now have 2 sodas to your 12. that's fair. Fair, I tell you. Okay, we can. It looks like we might be able to fit. No, yeah, we can fit one more. We're gonna do one more quickly. Here we go. Why was the DJ banned from the supermarket? Why was the DJ banned from the supermarket? Look at all those answers that came in after the bell. He dropped the beats. No. Why was the DJ banned from the supermarket? He kept scratching. Nope. Am I actually going to get another one? He kept mixing stuff. That's when he was stealing all the samples. There you go. Chathul gets it. Correct. Why was the DJ banned from the supermarket? He was stealing all the samples. Was it iced tea? No, sorry. Was it vanilla ice? Ice something? Ice who? Okay, so let me go back to me for a minute. We're going to go ahead and run this out, vanilla ice. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to come back to after the Q&A for the thing. Let me put this up here. Make this announcement here. And then put, we need this here. It's okay if I'm running a half a second or half a minute too late, but that's okay. All the way down at the bottom. Here it is. Here's what I was looking for. And boom. Go. There we go. Here we go. The interview, and I'm going to start the interview, and I will be here but we will run it through, and I'll turn my mic off for right now, and then we will give it in right at 12:30. Wow, we got some. So let me just pull up their laptop and play stuff on at concerts. Okay, here we go.
Over the course of its history, Blizzard has been home to some of the most passionate and creative craftsmen in the gaming industry. But over the past 20 years, no one has exemplified Blizzard's unique culture and values like Joey Ray Hall. While working as a plumber, Joey Ray was injured on the job. A job counselor suggested he take a chance with his career. He earned a computer graphics degree and quickly set to work developing digital artwork for commercial TV. It was around that time Joey Ray learned of Silicon and Synapse, a small but plucky game studio who was also delving into the digital frontier. Alan Adham, the company's co-founder, hired Joey Ray on a 5-month contract back in 1991. Suffice to say, Joe's been here, the beating heart of Blizzard, ever since.
Let the carnage begin!
As an artist, some of Joey Ray's early contributions were creating the race car models for rock and roll racing, as well as crafting the groundbreaking cinematic interstitials for the original Warcraft. As the years went by, Joey Ray took on many roles within Blizzard, most notably as a technical cinematic editor for Blizzard Film.
What you got for me out there, Joey Ray?
We hit pay dirt this time for sure.
In 2006, Joey Ray launched the DVD video production department, which quickly made a name for itself by developing cutting-edge machinima and in-game cinematics, including the immersive Black Temple trailer and the mega-popular Wrathgate cinematic. Under Joey Ray's tireless leadership, the team became an indispensable partner in developing in-game cinematic content for Blizzard games.
And the true meaning of fear.
Joey Ray and his team also took part in developing the Emmy Award-winning South Park episode featuring World of Warcraft. Trey Parker and Matt Stone were so impressed by his naturally commanding presence and his deft mastery of his art that they cast him as a critical character, that which has no life.
Who is that guy? Whoever he is one tough badass.
Over his long career at Blizzard, Joey Ray has worked on more than 25 titles and hundreds of pieces of video content. And while that alone is an amazing accomplishment, his truest contribution to all of us has been in embracing and evangelizing its culture to the employees who have come after him. Joe's deep love for Blizzard and his people is evident to everyone who's ever worked with him, and it's certainly felt by everyone who's played the games he's helped to shape. It's our pleasure to welcome Joey Ray Hall to this edition of Inside the Gamer Studio.
Everybody join me in welcoming Joey Ray Hall, Video and Post-Production Supervisor.
Hey, Joey Ray.
I know a few people I have to kill now.
Do you know how long it took me to realize that Joey Ray was your full name and I called you Joey for a long time?
That's okay.
It was about a year.
Yeah, redneck parents, not my fault.
Your parents are hippies?
No, rednecks.
No, rednecks. Oh, that's
West
it.
Virginia, sheep raisers. You know, they herd sheep and all that kind of stuff. It's actually pretty sad.
So for people who don't know you, you don't have a very public-facing role in the company, but you're currently employee number 3, followed by Sam Wise, who's 4.
Yes, always.
And
He's always behind
always
me,
gonna
and he
be
will
4.
always be behind me.
And you always have to watch your back.
In fact,
because he wants number 3.
I got an email from him last week. He goes, "You still here?" I go, "I will always be here. You will always be number 4." And he goes, "Damn it."
And how long is Joey Ray going to stay here until Sam Wise is
Until
gone?
Sam's dead.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, even if Mike or Frank leaves, I'm still got to be in front of Sam.
Exactly.
Yeah, always. Yeah.
And Bob Fitch is number 5.
Yes.
Okay. So
Because nobody else wanted the job.
because no one else wanted the job.
Yeah.
For people who don't know you, you give this gruff, brr, brr, right?
facade. I don't have a word
Well, I'm
for
not
that.
as bad as Frank.
You know, not quite, I don't know sometimes, but but you're an amazingly lovable and likable and caring person. So it's a very fun little counterbalance you have going on.
Yeah, I really wish you wouldn't say that.
But it's true. For everyone who's scared of Joey Ray, he's not scary. He just pretends that he is. In fact, you even admitted to me once that you scare people on purpose just to have fun.
Well, yeah. Well, there's always fun to be had with people.
Yeah.
And sometimes it is the defense mechanisms work very, very well.
Right.
Yeah, because I am very intense at what I do, and I'm very concentrated on what I do, and sometimes that comes across as just stay away from them.
Right.
But I'm really thinking about how I can do it better.
Yeah.
You know, and how I can get into what I'm doing better.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, work is everything for me.
Work is everything for you. That's another thing that's characteristic about you. Is you're
I'm blushing.
You're the first one here and the last one to leave in most cases.
Not as much as I used to be.
Yeah.
I mean, the last year I've been trying to take more time. I mean, having Angela and the team I have now has given me a little bit more opportunity to, well, go home.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they're really good at what they do, and it's actually kind of cool to just go and say, I want this, and then come back and go, oh, that's awesome. You know, thank you. You know, and then give it up and send it out to whoever needs it. You know, it's always just fun. Yeah.
Well, before we get started talking about work, I want to share my favorite story about you because I think it's a good picture of who you are as a person. So you do have 2 sons that you're very proud of, and who were living with you at a house in Irvine or in Orange County in Tustin. And you found a new house that you really loved, and you bought it, and you moved in, and you didn't tell your kids.
No, I didn't tell them. No, what had happened is my kids have become of age, you know, and quite frankly, I was tired of living with them. You know, because kids they're an all-day thing.
Yeah.
You know, and I had originally went out and I was going to get a small condo and move them into it and move them out of my house.
Yeah.
And then my accountant guy said, no, don't do that because of association fees, all that kind of stuff. It just wouldn't work out.
Right.
You know, so what I did was I changed my mind. I go, okay, what should I buy? And he gave me a price range. He goes, do this. So I went and found a house. And I decided that a friend of mine gave me some advice. They go, see if you can move out without them knowing. I'm like, oh, that's brilliant. I'm like, yes, I'll do that. So I got the house, went through escrow, went through them doing a rent back for a month, and moved in, moved out of the other house. They never noticed, never said anything to me.
How long?
3 weeks. After 3 weeks, I got a call from my youngest son, and he said, Dad, there's no food in the house. I went, no, there's food in the house. He goes, I'm in the kitchen right now, there's no food. I'm going, well, I'm in the kitchen right now, there's lots of food. He goes, where are you?
Yeah.
I go, I'm at my house. He goes, your house? I go, yeah, I bought a house. Took you 3 weeks. And then the next weekend they came over and I showed them the house. Yeah, and I told his brother, you know, and I'm like, okay, yeah, I bought a house.
I love it. Yeah. Every time I talk about you, I share that story. I hope that's okay.
No, that's fine. I mean, every parent eventually gets there, even once their kids start growing up and they really become a huge pain in the ass. They're like, I wish I could move out. I did.
You did.
It's awesome.
It's like the opposite.
I suggest it to anybody that can. Please do. Yes.
If I ever can find a way to do that one day, I want to try it.
It's not when they're little, though. When you move out when they're little, the police show up. You don't want to do that.
Sorry.
But I'm not
Child
against
protective.
having a small apartment on the side that you can go to when they're little.
That's actually not a bad idea. Have an escape pad.
Yeah,
Get a
absolutely.
babysitter. Go to your second
You
apartment.
can have your big TV there. You can always know where the remote is. You know, it's just great stuff.
You have all your adult mature video games and.
Yeah, those two.
Okay, before you started Blizzard, you know, like you said, your family, you were an artist, but they were not very supportive at all.
Well, because of my background, when I was born blind, you know, I was blind till I was 9 years old. And when I finally could see, I started drawing, and I drew what I envisioned, and it scared them really good. You know, demon, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
You know, very, very Christian people didn't, well, Christian then, they got over that. You know, but very not pleasant to them. And I got disciplined pretty hard for drawing the things that I did, so I stopped.
Right.
You know, and just went off, and we were very poor, you know, had the public assistance, and back then it was literally cans that said meat.
Yes. Cheese.
And cheese.
Yeah,
you know?
I had the cheese.
It's like, ooh, I want meat tonight. You know, when you go and you get Spam and go, oh, Spam's awesome,
Yeah.
you're eating the wrong meat.
Yes.
Because that meat doesn't even meet Spam's standards. So it was a interesting childhood. you know. So, but yeah, I stopped drawing for years and just went about doing what we do, and you know, pretty much just grew up in that environment, and it was tough. There were some tough times, and it was not anything like what would be allowed today.
Right.
You know?
And it wasn't the core nurturing familial
Not
environment.
a lot of hugs.
Yeah.
You know, it was quite the opposite.
Right.
You know, so but you know they are who they are.
They're
You know,
who
and they're part of why I am who I am.
I think it's very important of who you are now, actually, which I want to talk about. You became a plumber,
Yes.
which is a
There was
noble
nowhere else to
profession.
go. There was nowhere else to go, and my best friend, Dave, his dad was a plumber.
Yeah.
And he just kind of would take me on jobs, you know, because when I was 18 years old, they changed the locks on the house, and I was never allowed back in, you know, so because they're like, we're done, haha, bye.
Right.
You know, and so my friend's dad took me under his wing and taught me how to be a plumber, and I was a plumber for quite a while.
Until you were injured.
And I fell down a staircase with a, well, the plumber thing came after. I had my drug phase that I went through, and after high school and stuff like that, I got over that.
Totally.
You know, a car hitting you will change that.
Have you ever been hit by a car?
Yeah, I was run over on October 10th, 1980.
And what was the result of that?
The result was I have a plastic elbow. My rib cage was smashed. My left leg was burned up pretty bad, and I lost my left nut. That's where you wanted to go. That's where we were going.
I didn't know you wanted to volunteer that, but I'm glad you did.
No, everybody's been here a while knows. Chris, you know, right?
We call him Joey Ray Ball.
That's right. If you look at my character on Lightbringer, that's been there forever, it's Oni Ball. One
I
ball.
didn't know that.
Yeah. Onebaul.
Okay. I'm glad
And
you
his
shared
pet
that.
is Fuzzy Ball. So.
Fuzzy Ball. So you go to
And
the
nobody's ever complained or turned me in for it, and I've had it for 6 years. So.
Yeah, well, I'm sure customer service would let you keep it. So you go to the State Department of Rehab, and when they have vocational testing, and their job is to figure out, now that you're injured and you can't be a plumber, what could you do?
Right. So they give me tests, and they go, art and computers. I'm like, okay, what does that mean? And they go, well, we're going to pay for school. And there was no chance of me ever going to school, ever going to college or anything. So they paid for me to start school, and you know, I went and wrote my own program at OCC, and then wrote my own program at Fullerton.
Because they didn't have a curriculum for this type
They
of thing
didn't
back
have
then.
one then. You know, for computer animation, there was nothing. It was all presentation graphics and things like that. So learned on the Amiga 1000 using Scope 4D, and you know, won some awards for some things that I did, and then went straight from there into TV up in Beverly Hills, and did the American Teacher Awards for the first American Teacher Awards for Disney, and a pair of Jokers for Showtime, and Comic Club Network for Showtime.
Yeah.
Just graphic stuff, their opening sequences and things like that.
It's a pretty big jump from vocational school to working in Hollywood.
Oh, I loved it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it was interesting, because when I was a plumber, I made 18 grand a year.
Yeah.
You know, now I don't.
Yeah.
You know, and to me, I mean, I can't say more about that program, because they've discontinued it. It doesn't exist anymore. And it pays for itself. I'm just amazed it doesn't exist anymore, because it does pay for itself.
Yeah.
If you think about what I made then and what I make now and how much I'm paying into the state,
Yeah.
they've made their money back tenfold. You know, in fact, even more.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't understand why why they took it out, because it was part of disability then. If you were on disability, you went here, and they helped, and it's awesome.
It seems like an amazing program that shouldn't be cut. All right, so after TV, you found out about Blizzard Entertainment. How did you find out about Blizzard?
Well, the TV thing I actually really enjoyed, but my now ex-wife wanted me to be closer, because we lived in Costa Mesa, and I drove to Beverly Hills every day for work. And she goes, find something closer. So I answered an ad, you know, and I went in, and I believe my interview was on February 9th, which was the day after they opened the doors.
What year was that?
91. And I went in, and they had a little room their office was about a quarter size of this room. And it was a guy in front, I think I'm trying to remember, Anthony was in front, and then Alan had the only office, and then Frank and Mike were in the back room putting machines together. And I came in and interviewed, and I had a suit on, which was horrible. I had this horrible Sears suit. And they said later, they go, Alan said you never wore that suit before. He goes, I go, he's absolutely right. I had never worn that suit before.
He should have hired you just for wearing that suit.
But my resume was quite extensive at that point because of the TV stuff and all that stuff. So he goes, okay, we'll hire you. but I don't know when.
Right.
So it took them 5 months. In September, they hired me.
Yeah.
On September 8th, I turned 30, and on September 13th, I started Blizzard.
Okay. And the video is actually incorrect. It was 5 weeks, not
Yes.
5 months.
Yeah, it was a 5-week contract to do the cars for rock and roll racing. I finished them in 2.5 weeks.
It's very you.
And Alan came and went, okay, thanks. I go, you got a pile of art over there I can do. So I did the keyboard for Dvorak on typing and just all kinds of little art things like that. And then Sammy came in, and Sammy never touched a computer before, but he could draw his ass off.
Yeah.
And so I had to teach Sammy how to use a computer. Do not try to teach Sammy anything technical. It will drive you nuts. It took me 2 years just to teach him how to format an A drive, an A disk. I was like, oh, please.
So you actually taught him to do his first computer animation ever.
Yeah,
What
he
was
had.
it?
Well, I taught him at that time we were using DPaint Animator,
Yeah.
and his first computer animation ever was a little bird body and a little 1 pixel leg that went like this, and he was so proud of it. Anybody walking the office, he goes, "Look at my animation!"
The leg moves.
So for Lost Vikings and stuff like that, he would draw the original character, and then I'd animate them all. So all the animations in there we did together, and it was a lot of fun.
Yeah. So there
I feel
is.
I'm talking very fast.
We should. We have a lot to get through. Talk as fast as you want.
All right.
Okay. So you and Frank shared an office
From day one, yes.
from day one.
Yeah. 2 grumpy bitches in the same room. Yes.
That seems like a really bad idea.
Well, what made it worse was we answered the phones too.
Yeah, and you were the receptionist.
Yes.
So every story that I hear, because I've done a lot of these interviews with people who interviewed in the earlier days, and they always start with some terribly mean person answered the phone and said, "What do you want?"
That'd be me. Most of the time it was me. Yeah.
Why did they have you answering the phone?
I have no idea. I think it's because of everybody else was too busy, and
Yeah.
they figured Frank and I would scare off anybody that shouldn't be calling.
You shouldn't be calling. I think it worked.
Because I know with Chris, it was, how many phone calls do you make that day? I'm gonna bring in my stuff. Bring it in, damn it! Just leave me the fuck
So
alone.
intimidating. I'm like, what's the address? I want to bring some stuff. You were so intimidating that I'd forget to ask the address. Oh, shit, now I need to call back.
Call back and ask again.
He's gonna be pissed.
But he came and he got hired. Whatever.
It worked out.
Yeah.
What were some of the earliest projects that you worked on?
Oh, geez.
The first original projects that you worked on for Blizzard.
Oh, well, all of them. Lost Vikings, Rock and Roll Racing, Blackthorne, Death Return Superman, Justice League Task Force.
You've worked on 52 titles? I shouldn't have written down the number.
It's like 20-something.
Or 20-something.
28 or 30 or something like that.
So you're probably...
I never even actually thought about it until you had me make that list. Until
Yeah.
you said make the list. I made the list. I'm like,
Yeah.
shit, I did a lot.
We had an entire list, and we wanted to work it in, but we didn't. But I just want to point out that my guess is no one else in the company has worked on that many titles.
True, because the programmers usually just work on one thing or another,
They're
and
a
then
team.
they leapfrog over.
Yeah.
You know, I don't work directly on titles anymore, but I do the DVDs and all the collector's edition stuff and things like that.
Right.
You know, but it's been fun. But I have touched everything except for RPM Racing, which was the original one that Alan did in his garage.
Yeah.
That's the only one that I didn't touch.
So your hand is in almost every title that's come out of this company.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somewhere.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, usually just around the corner, just kind of going, hey, I'm over here.
You were telling me a story about a you were redoing I think it was a port for one of the Warcrafts, or you were redoing one of the Warcraft things, and you decided to do something on your own without telling anyone.
Well, for Warcraft 2, we did the regular Warcraft version, and then we did BattleNet Edition.
Right.
And for BattleNet Edition, I had to re-render all the cinematics for Warcraft 2, and we had P90s at that point. I'm like, oh, these are awesome. So I had taken everything that we built in 3D Studio and a couple other programs and put them in there. And when we did them originally, we did them on 386s, and then we had one render machine, which was a 486 with 16 megs of RAM.
Yeah.
And each frame then of 320 by 240 took 45 minutes to render. So I'm like, oh, damn. So when we got the P90s and Max, 3D Studio Max just came out. So I ported everything to Max, rebuilt it all, put it all together, and hit the button to render, and it rendered all the frames in 45 minutes. I'm like, that's fucking awesome. You know, so what I did was I went back to the intro, and if you look at the intro for the BattleNet edition in comparison to the original edition, and the camera comes up over the wall for the Armada coming in, I put 6 times as many boats out there. I filled the whole landscape with boats. Never told anybody.
Yeah.
Never said anything. Nobody ever noticed, except one person noticed.
After it had been shipped.
After it had been shipped, is Alan was in his office watching it, and the thing came up over the top. He goes, "There's more boats in there." And Ron Miller worked for us at the time. He goes, "Who would put more boats in there? That's exactly how many boats were in the first one." He goes, "No, it's not." He goes, "Who would do it?" He goes, "Joey Ray would."
Yeah.
And he came out and he goes, "More boats?" I go, "Yep." He goes, "Okay." And he walked away, and I'm like, yeah. But that's just it. Is my thing is if you can make it better, why don't you?
Right.
You know, if you're looking at something and it's obvious it needs to be done, do it. Worst they can do is yell at you for it.
Yeah.
You know, but if it makes it cooler, why not?
And that really is your philosophy is, listen, we can make it cooler and we can do it fast.
Yes.
Those two things combined together.
Yeah. And we can get in trouble sometimes, but we try not to.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
You gotta take risks.
Well, I mean, we have this, yeah.
That's true.
Because I took a chance and was told no and didn't listen.
Well, actually, let's skip to that story then.
Okay.
So you asked to build a theater.
Yes.
Mike Morheim told you no.
Yes.
Then what'd you do?
I built a theater in the middle of the night.
You went out and bought the
In
materials.
cinematics, we had a meeting room that we didn't use.
Yeah.
So I cleared it out
Uh-huh.
and went and bought literally a truckload of 2x4s
Yeah.
and came in from midnight to 4 a.m. Built all the risers, carpeted them, did everything. Nick Carpenter's wife, Joanna, did all the curtains, sewed all the curtains for us. We put velvet curtains up. We borrowed every couch in the building. We went and stole everybody's couches and put them on the risers. I took a piece of canvas and just gessoed it and used it as a screen.
Yeah.
It was really sad. But we borrowed a projector from someone. We borrowed a 5.1 system for someone. We put it all up, you know. And Mike had come over to do the review with Matt for the cinematic stuff. And Matt goes, "Well, let's just do it in the conference room." And he walked in. He's like, "I told you not to do this." And we're like, "Oh," you know. So he's like, "Well, let's just sit down and watch it. Let's watch the thing, and then afterwards we'll take it apart."
Yeah.
He goes, "Okay." So we sat down, we watched the review, and Mike goes, "Okay, yeah, this is cool." And he's like, "We're keeping it." So he bought us a real screen, and he bought us a real projector. He gave us the money to do it. And then when I left cinematics, they were trying to update it and didn't get it done. But when we moved in here, Paul came and said, "What do you want?" I go, "I want a theater." He goes, "How many people?" I go, 100. He goes, "I can give you 50. I'm like, "Okay."
I'll take it.
So he built this for us, and it's pretty cool. I think it worked out really well. Or presentation room, as Irvine Company likes to call it.
Oh, the presentation.
Because if you call it a theater, then all the laws
And we have to sell popcorn out.
Yeah,
But
which we have done.
That is something that is pervasive throughout your work ethic is not don't take no for an answer to be obstinate, but to show that it can be done. And you show people by actually doing it, and then you show it to them and say, "What do you think?" Rather than trying to pitch it and pitch it and pitch it. You know, you actually do it and show it.
Yeah. Because if Mike would have said, "Take it apart," way back then, believe me, I would have enjoyed taking the saw to that thing.
Yeah.
It would have been awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd come in with a circular saw and a chainsaw and just tear the whole thing apart and then take it all out. It would have been great.
Yeah.
You know, but that's just it. Is sometimes there are moments when people don't know what you're trying to explain to them, because whether it's you not being able to make it clear or whether it's just them not being able to quite grasp the concept, you have to show them, and sometimes that's a risk, and that risk has to be taken. To me, it's just like, I really know this is going to be cool.
Yeah.
I really want to show you this.
Yeah.
You're not believing it. Look, you know, and you get in there, you just.
Good.
And if you have to dig a hole in the middle of the room, you have to dig a hole in the middle of the room.
Yeah.
Only a couple people have fallen in there before it's actually done, but it'll be good.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Sometimes it's a waste of time, and sometimes it ends up being something that's very important.
at the very least, you figure out for yourself whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I like the theater. In fact, after I put it all together and all done, and nobody was there at 4 a.m., I sat there and I watched the movie, and I went, "Okay, I like this."
Right.
You know, it wasn't perfect. It was shoddy. Only had to threaten a couple of people.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was fun.
So I you know, from hearing about the way things worked in the early days, you're not the only one who had that type of attitude. No. The way that you all worked together was very different back then.
Yes.
How did developers interact? Like,
well, I think back then it was extremely different. I mean, if you had a cool idea, you did it and then just showed everybody. You know, if you had an idea that went over your 8 hours or something, you'd still be there at midnight at your desk going, you know, I know this is going to be cool, you know.
Yeah.
Or you'd go and like just draw something or put something together. Or even when we went to 3D, it was for the cinematic stuff. I had to make stuff and just go, look, this can be cool.
Yeah.
You know, even for Warcraft 1 is in between each of the scenarios, there's these really horrible, now, oh my God, I want to shoot myself in the head every time I see them. There's real horrible maps that grow up that show where you're at on the map, you know, between each scenario. And horrible, horrible thing. But for the time, they were fucking awesome. Oops.
You can say that.
Sorry, I get a little passionate. I'm still a little bit nervous too.
Oh no,
I'm calming down.
You're great. You're great.
Yeah, space.
Right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I've heard a lot of stories about where you were developing, you guys were breaking new ground at all time and learning how to do new things at all times. And someone would say, I want to do this. And Bob would say, I don't know how to do that. And then the next morning he would come back and say, okay, I built this. You know?
Well, Frank was notorious for that too. If
Yeah.
you go into Frank back then and go, Frank, we want to do this, this, and this. Can't be done.
Right.
And you hear him typing. No, never. We can't do that.
Right.
Or sorry, I didn't do Frank right. Let me do Frank
No,
right.
don't do it.
No,
Don't
that's
do
not
it.
right.
Don't do it.
We can't do that. But before you even left the room, he's already done it. He's already coded it. He
Yeah.
goes, okay, it's done.
Yeah.
You know, it's like,
Yeah. And that was the attitude.
that was just how everybody worked, though.
Yeah, it wasn't a don't say no. It was like, okay,
Prove it can be done.
right. What was the social interactions like at the company?
Well, we drank a lot.
Yeah.
Some more than others. I mean, my favorite story is literally Medson's first week.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, because he had come in and he had annoyed the living hell out of me on the phone. I mean, he just, I wanted to kill him.
Right.
By the time he got in there, he's this little 19-year-old skinny kid. There's pictures, they're awesome.
Yeah.
You know, and he came in with his portfolio and he's just like, here, dude, come here, dude, look at my stuff. You know, it's like, so I looked at it, it was really freaking good. I'm like, wow, this is freaking awesome.
Yeah.
So I took it and gave it to Alan. But he had went to the river right after he came in for the weekend. He had he was hired, he started on Monday. His first Blizzard party was Friday night. Now, he'll say this didn't happen, but this is the way I see it.
You
And all my
remember
stories are the
things.
way I see it.
Right.
You know, is I remember him showing up with a huge bottle of Jack. I remember him drinking it all. And I remember him laying on his back on the front lawn of Pat Wyatt's house, singing Roxanne at the top of his voice, as the cop was stepping over him saying, you have to stop that.
Yeah.
To which we said, okay. So we come out, we go, please just let us drag him back into the house. Because he wasn't stopping. He was into the second chorus by the time the cop was just fed up. So we drag him back in the house and poured him into a corner. you know?
Yeah.
But that's what we all did. We played hard and we worked hard.
Yeah.
You know, because we do 3, 4, 5 days in a row without even thinking about it at work. And then Friday hit and just drink till we couldn't see straight.
Right.
You know, and it wasn't drinking just to forget it all. It was drinking
No.
because we did it.
Yeah.
You know, it was enthusiastic drinking.
And you were turning around titles at a very high speed at that time.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it was 1 year, 2 years, sometimes less than a year for expansion.
Because we were doing all of our Super Nintendo titles except for Superman and Justice League Task Force were all for Interplay.
Yeah.
You know, and then we were doing ports. You know, we were porting damn near everything. We ported Lord of the Rings for Amiga. We ported Castles. There's so many ports, and we were doing things constantly. We're always a moving target.
And then there came a time where like you knew you wanted to do your own things, and so there was the big push to finish everything that you were doing for third parties, get it out the door so that you could concentrate. And you guys went into a really hardcore crunch at that time. And you moved like 4 or 5 times in the first year too.
Well, we moved a few times.
Yeah.
It was funny because we had this offsite thing last week, and it was right by the Red Hill office. And both Nick did the same thing. As both of us drove past it on the way to the meeting, and we looked at the Red Hill office because it's like right there. But what I don't think Nick knew is literally 2 blocks away on Bristol was the second office.
Yeah.
You know, and we were there forever too. Or wait, yeah, the second, because we had MacArthur, Bristol, MacArthur, Red Hill.
Yeah.
50. 131 here.
Okay. And you guys played very hard. There were fistfights over video games.
Well, there is an incident that happened in that Ron Miller, who, usually involved in most things physical. Yeah. And Bob Fitch were playing.
For people who don't know who Ron Miller was, he was one of the chief creatives in the early days. Is no longer with the company.
Yeah, sure, whatever.
Yeah.
He was Ron Miller.
He's Ron Miller.
He was a pain in my
Infamous
ass.
character.
Yes. But he and Bob Fitch were playing Formula One racing, and
Yeah.
we didn't have a network then. They were playing through a serial port. This
Yeah.
was at the second MacArthur building.
Mm-hmm.
That's when we took Frank out in the back and videotaped him running and jumping and doing all those kind of things. We actually used that to rotoscope Blackthorne animations. Yeah, but so they were playing, and Bob, being Bob,
Yeah.
decided he was just not going to race Ron, but just continually run him off the road.
Right.
Because that's what Bob Fitches do.
Which I always thought Bob was a calm, easygoing guy.
Oh,
Now
no,
I know
no,
he's
no.
a fighter.
No, no. In fact, most of the fights of the early years, Bob was involved in. Yeah, so he decided to just keep running him off the road.
Yeah.
And Ron doesn't tolerate anything,
Yeah.
so he came in and turned Bob's computer off and threw a tantrum, and then walked out to eat his lunch. So Bob walked out and knocked his food out of his hand. Now, this is like 5 feet away from me while I'm on a business call.
Yeah.
So Ron hit him in the side of the head.
Yeah.
And then Bob, to Bob's credit, and I understand why Bob didn't go down, because Bob drinks a gallon of milk a day.
Yeah.
His bone density is so dense, there's nothing taking him out.
Right.
I don't care. I mean, a million years from now, his skeleton will still be sitting in the corner. He's not going anywhere. In fact, my concussion that I got on the first hockey team for Blizzard came from Bob because we hit head-to-head.
Yeah.
And it literally knocked my jaw loose and a bunch of stuff, and I had to have my wisdom teeth removed. Thank you, Bob. Have another gallon of milk.
Yeah.
And it's not like this 2% milk. He's like,
He's
if he
the full
could go
thing.
straight from the cow, he would.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, that sounds crazy to us now, being a 4,000 plus person corporation. If we had heard someone hit someone, it would be the most amazing thing we'd ever heard. But you guys fought. I mean, you loved each other.
Oh, we
you
were very
played
passionate
together.
about everything.
You were passionate about everything, and physical alterations were totally part of
Yelling,
the game.
screaming, carrying on. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
In fact, I made the decision in 2007 not to yell again.
Yeah.
So I had a pretty big incident. If anybody ever met Tristan, they'd understand why. But
Yeah.
I yelled at Tristan pretty hard one day, and I went, I can't do that again.
Yeah.
Because it's just too much. But back then, we were passionate about everything. Nothing was held back. Everybody knew exactly how everybody thought or talked, or it's just the way we were.
You were a family.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some cousins you just don't like.
You just don't like. And the papa of that family
Alan.
was Alan.
Yeah, Alan's phenomenal.
And
But you better know what you're talking about before you go into Dad's office, because Dad will make you doubt yourself.
Dad will
hard.
make you doubt
Yes.
yourself. But he helped you out when you were in a really tough time.
Yeah, Alan and Mike both were extremely helpful during my divorce when it was going on, because it happened at a very critical time for Blizzard too, and it devastated me. Yeah, my son doesn't know this, so he doesn't know everything that goes on, but he does now know because he's right over there.
He's sitting here. Hi.
Yeah. But yeah, it devastated me quite hard,
Yeah.
and Alan, he did the best thing for me, which I thought was actually, thinking back on it, was great. He wrote me up.
Yeah.
I was the first person ever in the company to get written up.
And why did he write you up?
He wrote me up because, as he put it, he goes, "You're only doing the work of 2 people, and I need you to keep doing the work of 10." But the problem is that I literally would sit at my desk and stare at my computer.
Yeah.
And I couldn't think. When he wrote me up, it snapped me completely out of it. And I literally went back to who I was.
And that was why he did it. He was trying to help you.
Yes. He actually went to a psychologist and talked to him and said, "What do I do?" And the guy said, "Write him up."
Yeah.
And Alan had to learn how to write someone up. So it was actually kind of cool. It's probably still in my jacket somewhere. Erica could probably find
It's
it.
actually still in your file. I asked Erica.
That was 1994.
Yeah. And so they, and Alan even came to you one day and he said, I feel like I'm a father more than a boss.
Well, I told him because I was the only one with kids, and that's good and bad, So at one point, my kids got banned from the office. They were little terrorists, little boys just running around. They were, when I started, Jason was 3 and Damien was 8 months. So they grew up with the company as well, There's a great incident. Frank used to wrestle with Jason on the floor. Jason's probably gonna hate me telling this, and so is Frank, but Jason and him would wrestle on the floor when he'd come in. And one day, they were wrestling. Jason flipped around, sat on Frank's head, and then farted on his head. Frank hates when I tell that story, but it's so funny. But there were a lot of emotional times, and it wasn't just like, you're okay.
Yeah.
I mean, Alan took his own money and helped me, and I knew then, I'm like, I will work for these people forever. Alan and Mike, and they've just been, they at the time and even now, I mean, I feel sorry for Mike right now over what happened a couple weeks ago, because I know Mike. I know that every single person, no matter why they leave Blizzard, it affects him, and I know that it hurts his heart.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of boss you want. That's the kind of person you want leading you into the fight, because they care. And those two, even now, I mean, I still get calls from Alan. I still talk to Alan. I still talk to all of them, and it's so important because they are the heart of what it is. Everybody goes, Joe, you're the heart of Blizzard. No, I'm not. They are.
Yeah.
I am the way I am because of them. And that's what I think everybody needs to understand.
Yeah, it's, everyone might know how carefully Mike has always guarded his employees, all the way from paying them himself. At times
Well, they were
when needed.
using credit cards to pay us at one point.
Right.
Before Warcraft, when we were waiting for royalties from Interplay and stuff like that, Mike and Alan would go and cash in their American Expresses and then pay us. So it's like, that's the kind of boss you want. You want a boss that's just going to go to bat for you every single day.
So
And that's what I try to do with my guys. Sometimes I succeed, sometimes I don't.
So how did everyone view Alan and Mike? It sounds like, when you have startup environments like that, a lot of times you're doing what you're doing partially just because you care about the people at the top.
I think that's absolutely right. I think you have to. I mean, I don't think I'm anywhere near a good boss, but it's something that I work at and try every day.
Yeah.
Do I succeed every day? Sometimes yes, sometimes no. There are moments when I have to stop and think very hard on what the next step should be and how to help someone in the department or even help myself through the department.
Right.
And a lot of people don't take that time. I think we have to.
Yeah.
I've always believed that people that want to lead shouldn't, and people that don't want to lead should, because they'll work harder at making sure they're trying to do it right.
And you've actually gone to get a doctorate degree in psychology.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, after we turned 20 here at Blizzard, I needed to do something else. I've spent 20 years literally, and my kids will tell you this too, I've spent 20 years literally thinking about Blizzard and nothing else.
Yeah.
And how to make it successful and how to do more and how to do better at my job, things like that. And I was talking to Mike at lunch one day, and I go, I think I'm gonna go back to school. And I was thinking about going to get a business degree. And after talking to him, I thought about it, and I go, you know what? I'm never gonna end up on the third floor. I'm not a third floor kind of person. I'm the guy that's sitting in the dark dungeon, making shit happen and just going,
Yeah.
But looking at my team and things that were going on, I go, I wanted to do something that isn't Blizzard. So I decided to get a psychology degree. So I started back to school beginning of last year. I'll start my senior year here in a few weeks, and so I'll get my degree in that. And then I will eventually get my doctorate, but not because I really want to, but for one reason only, is at some point, somewhere, Frank Pierce is going to have to introduce me as Dr. Joey Ray Hall.
It's going to be glorious.
And it will kill him, and I will love every second of it, because it's just funny.
But it's, I think that it's very, I think it's amazing that you're spending the time to get higher education later in life because you want to be better for your people.
Well, our teams are what we base ourselves on. I mean, if our team is not functioning right, or if we're not getting, because I demand a lot from my team. My team works very, very hard. We put out a lot of content, not just monthly or yearly, but weekly.
Yeah.
From BlizzCons to collector's DVDs to the videos you see just popping up. We're all over that stuff. Even here, I may be sitting here talking, my team's all around us working.
Yeah.
They're running the cameras, they're doing all that kind of stuff, and they do it for everything. Everything that goes on. They have, I think, 4 filmings today. They got 3 more after this.
Yeah.
If when you demand that much of them, they have to know you care about them. They have to know that they're in a safe environment.
Yeah.
They have to know that they can trust you.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of work. And if you don't do it right, you can destroy a team.
You can.
So.
And just to follow into that, when you started what year did you start the DVD department? In 2002?
Oh, geez. When I left Cinematics, so it was
2002, 2003.
right after War 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You were very famous for, you had a lot of work on your plate. You guarded everything yourself. You were a control freak.
Oh, absolutely.
that was who you were.
Still kind of am a little bit. I'm much better. I'm 60-40.
But now you have an employee, of Brandon.
Oh, Brandon.
Yeah, and
Brandon's a lovely child.
and so you have to learn to now trust someone else. With
Wasn't
work.
good. Well, the first 3 months that Brandon worked for me, I wouldn't let him touch anything I was working on.
Right.
But what Brandon did, and I give him a lot of credit for this, is he learned from me, from watching me, and because I did let him see how things were done, but I wouldn't let him actually. I was worried about his quality level.
Right.
So he went and I go, okay. On my plate was one of these things, was a whole list of things that people were requesting. So one of them was a Dark Moon Fair trailer. And I said, Brandon, go write this trailer and design it for me and shoot it.
Yeah.
You know, I taught him all this stuff, and he went and he did the Dark Moon Fair trailer. Brought it back to me. I looked at it and made literally probably 20% changes on it, not much at all.
Yeah.
You know, we finished it up, released it. You know, from that moment on, I let Brandon touch anything he wanted.
Yeah.
You know, because I knew that he put in the effort to learn stuff he didn't know before. Because he was supposed to just be a production assistant, but I made him a little bit more. You know, let's see what you can do.
Yeah.
You know, and then after that, Tristan and Taryn and Jenny and Joanna and all them filled out the team, and we did 28 trailers in 3 years. No, sorry, 58 trailers in 3 years.
And I think it's an important lesson because a lot of people, you know, at this company are promoted up to management and have to do it for the first time, and that was a big learning curve for you. You know, you did it very late in your career too. Here, actually.
Well, because I
managing
didn't want
other people.
employees. I never wanted employees because I was afraid I was going to hurt them.
But,
And don't get me wrong, I did.
You did. Yeah, I have some quotes on that.
Yeah.
But you, so just some of the accomplishments that your team has made. You've done 58 trailers. And, you've had over
That was the
100
original team. We have a new team.
Yeah, the first iteration of the team. But there's over 117 million views on YouTube.
No, those are only from the Blizzard website.
Only from the Blizzard website.
Yeah, we didn't get YouTube numbers.
Yeah.
But based on the stuff that Jeff puts out every month, we added it up and we did 117 million downloads or views of those trailers over those 3 years.
And one thing we had a cinematics department, and obviously they have a long lead time. They can put out less content, but you knew we could tell more story.
Yeah.
And that was what you wanted to do.
Of course we could.
Yeah.
There's so many more stories because to me the main storyline isn't the only story in any of our games. What's going on with the guy on the corner, especially with WoW. WoW is like this vast universe. You know, what's going on with, we have the orphanage there.
Yeah.
Let's follow an orphan through his day, you know, and make that a trailer and send it out.
Yeah.
You know, let's follow anybody, any character in there, any guy, any NPC there. There's a story there. Let's go flesh it out and put it out there.
Right.
As long as we're keeping WoW in front of the public and we're showing them new and deeper and richer things, they're going to keep coming.
Yeah.
When we don't, they stop. You know, come on, let's bring them more in. Let's do more things to bring them in. Let's look at different demographics to do that.
Yeah.
Let's hit grandma and say, Grandma, this is a good game for your grandchild. You know, let's do these things. You know, this would be awesome.
And you made the Black Temple trailer without telling anyone.
In secret.
In secret.
Yeah, in fact, Chris was my boss at the time, and I went and said, you know, I want to make more lore trailers because I had done the Nox Ramos trailer before the guys got here, and Brandon and I did Flying Mounts trailer. I want to do more lore type trailers. He said no. You know, so we had this idea, and I hid Taryn away in a room and pretty much protected him. And
He was new at the time.
oh yeah, he was brand new.
Yeah.
In fact, when we did South Park, they'd only been with us for 6 weeks.
Yeah.
So that was fun.
Yeah, well, I want to
get
talk
to that.
about that next.
You know, but we protected him and we helped him. The whole team helped make it. I mean, every one of us did something on it, you know. And we got it made, and nobody saw it until the night before show and tell.
Yeah.
And we brought Chris down and said, we made this trailer. And he looked at it, and he did what he always does, play it again. You know? He goes, that was fucking awesome, you know. And then he'd get up and tickled Taryn's nipples and ran out of the room.
Yeah.
Anybody knows Chris, that's the highest compliment you can actually get from Chris. It means he's very excited. But we also showed Evelyn, who helped us with the lore content and stuff like that, and it brought tears to her eyes. So we like success.
You know,
You know, I didn't really care from that point. Once Chris loved it, I really didn't care who else liked it or not. I didn't care if the public liked it. I thought, because to me, it's like, people say I have a big heart. Chris's heart is 10 times more than mine. And he knows his product, he knows his world, and he knows what he wants it to feel like when people see it. And I think we managed to touch it in that trailer. And I think he saw that, and I thought that was cool.
Yeah.
I think it really geeked him up. So the next day at Show and Tell was the first time we showed everybody else. And we were showing during the practice, because we do a run through of all the Show and Tells beforehand. We get there at 6 a.m. and do a run through. And we're showing the video and for the first time. And people are watching it, and Nick was in the room. And Nick's sitting there, he's watching it. And it's playing through, and then all of a sudden he screams, "Fuck!" And I'm like, what the hell? And he looked at me, and he looked at it again. He screamed, "Fuck!" again. He goes, "Do your guys do this?" I go, "Yep." "Fuck!" And then just left the room. I'm like, "Well, okay, that was a good effect." You know? So I'm like, okay, you know, and then, but to me, story's always been the issue. I mean, there's so many stories. There's not just the main story. Let's hit all of them.
Let's hit as much as we can.
Yeah.
So when Taryn tells the story of that Black Temple trailer, he has a very different perspective.
Of course he does.
So he was a very, 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 very new guy.
Yes, he was.
At this company.
I pushed those suckers hard.
Right, and you know, he taught. I love listening to him talk about working with you. I love it, and
Oh, I'm so sorry.
he said it's not that things are not stressful, because our job is very stressful.
Oh, absolutely.
But because of there's a couple key things that you do. You have a very familiar environment. You keep everyone very close. You have breakfast together. You get your mindset that's right for the day.
We don't have breakfast so much anymore because it's far away.
Because it's far away, but
But we do have a breakfast bar in our area.
A breakfast bar in your area now.
We have to refill all the cereal stuff.
But you have a mentality, and you can use your tenure to pull this off. But at Blizzard, we have this culture of artists talk to producers, who talk to producers, who talk to artists, which dilutes the message. Your theory is that I want the creative people to talk to the creative people, so we can get direct communication.
Yeah, if we're doing a video for Pardo, we should be talking to Pardo.
Right.
Not 6 producers in between.
So you had Taryn, this guy who'd been here for 3 weeks, and then you bring Chris Metzen into the room to look at his work.
Oh, it was worse than that. It was so much better. Because they were working for me for 2 weeks. Chris, their office was right next to Chris's.
Yeah.
And Chris told me this story, so it cracked me up.
Yeah.
And my office was far away in the sound department. But they were on the same air conditioning system. So one day, like they're there for 2 weeks. They're sitting there working at their desk. Chris comes running in. "Is it cold in here or what?" And they're like, "Cold." Because all they know of Chris is this legend that wrote all this stuff.
Right.
And what I told them, I go, "No, he's this little kid that came in and said, 'Please look at my stuff.'" You know? And they're like, "No, it's Chris Metzen." I go, "So what?" You know, this was, but, so what I did was I hunted them. You know, in order to get them into Blizzard culture, I bought them Nerf guns.
Yeah.
We all got Nerf guns. And then we hunted each other. And it wasn't just hunting each other in our space, it was hunting each other anywhere.
Yeah.
You know, I won, of course. You know, there were quite a few really good headshots.
Yeah.
You know, but that's just it, is the goal is to make it relaxed enough, because our jobs are stressful.
Yes.
We put so much stress on our people, you know, and we have to have releases for that. Because if you have a situation where you work really, really hard and your reward is just more work, that's not always good.
No.
But if your reward is, we get to go throw water balloons at you,
Right.
that could be fun. And we'll videotape it and show it to everybody.
And that's how it used to be, right?
Yeah,
That's
well,
how
that's
we
how-
started off this interview.
Yeah.
And Taryn said that when you hire new people and bring them into your group, the very first thing you do is you teach them the old way of doing things.
Yes. Well, I teach them what Mike and Alan and them taught us.
Right.
You know, it is a job. It is stressful. Why not have fun doing it?
Right.
You know, and there's going to be days when you want to lock your door and do all that. But you come out and you go, you know what? Let's have some fun. Let's do this. Let's try this.
Do you feel that we've lost something as a company by putting so many barriers in communication between people?
I think in some cases, yes. In some cases, no. I think what we need to remember is that the in-between people, if they're brought into Blizzard culture, then it's not an issue.
Yeah.
It's when we bring in people and we don't train them in Blizzard culture. You know, our core values, if we're not making decisions on those, or if we're not thinking about how we're going to do things based on those, we're losing Blizzard completely. You know, I've talked with Erica a few times about it. I'd love to see a management training course that teaches our managers how to make decisions based on those core values.
Right.
Because we didn't know we were developing these back then. It's just the way we thought.
Yeah.
It's still the way we think. You know, if someone said, well, how would you deal with this? I can align it to a core value.
Right.
Of course, back then I couldn't because we didn't have names for them.
Yeah.
Now we have names for them. They're written in brass around the ring out there. But
where does it go after that?
where do they go after that? We need to embed them in everybody. And we need to let everybody know that this is the way we're thinking. Because every one of those values is what got us to where we're at.
Yeah.
So that, to me, that's more important than anything else.
And she even mentioned that you guys had conceived of a card game for the training course where you would pose a situation and then you would, you know, use these sets of cards to help develop, like, how would we solve this problem
Right.
using the core values?
Right, here's an issue, and then which core values would you use for that issue?
Right.
And how would you apply them to that?
Yeah.
You know, I think that something that could be fantastic.
Right.
You know, because we can go out and we can train our managers with every training program in the world.
Right.
And they can be phenomenal managers. But if they don't have our core values, they're not Blizzard phenomenal managers.
Right.
You know, we can go and look at things that people are doing, and it can be very successful for them. And we can bring it in here, and it could fail miserably because we didn't alter it and modify it to Blizzard's core value, and
Right.
the way Blizzard thinks and the way Blizzard should work. You know, so I'm very strong on that stuff.
No, you are very strong on that. And it's because Erica says, you know, people always use the phrase, they bleed Blizzard blue. She said, you are Blizzard blue.
Oh,
You know?
wow. Well, thank you, Erica.
Your goal, everyone has different goals, career goals. I want to be this, I want to accomplish this, I want to do this. Your goal is to make Blizzard better. And your goal is to teach your people how things at Blizzard used to be and keep that old Blizzard in your
Well,
team.
not just the way it used to be, it's the way it should be.
The way it should be, yeah.
You know, I think that we can get as big as you want. You know, but the bottom line is every single lead in this company has 9 to 10 people that answer to them.
Right,
Each of those little pods could be little blizzards,
right,
you know, if they're done right. And I think that it's important to look at it that way. Yes, we are an overall cinematics. We are overall Blizzard.
with hundreds
But
and thousands
with hundreds
of people.
thousands of people everywhere doing all kinds of things, playing whatever, you
Right.
know. But our core
Our pods,
should always be the family that they are.
yeah,
You know, because there is nothing I'm going to succeed at without my team,
yeah,
ever. You know, and when I talk about my team, it's them. When people say, that was awesome, I go, this person did that. You know, because it's important to know, get these people's names out.
right,
I don't do everything. I don't do anything alone. Everything that comes out of my department is done by other people.
yeah,
You know, I may go in there and guide them and say what's Blizzard and what's not. But they're doing the work. They're doing the heavy lifting.
yeah,
I do some still. They're trying to cut me some out. They're trying to get me to advance past that, and I understand that.
Yeah.
You know, because my value is more towards doing this. You know, getting the Blizzard thing out there and getting the Blizzard feel out there, because in some cases we've lost it a lot.
Yeah.
You know, we've lost. But what Blizzard is it's the safety. Safety to make mistakes. Safety to try different things that nobody else would. You know, and if you provide that environment, then it's you get a lot more cool stuff out.
But you do create that safety for your team. You're very honest with them. You
Oh.
give them tough love. But on the other side of it, you have their back when you're
Oh, of
talking
course.
to other people.
Yeah.
And they know that.
Well, it takes even more than that. I mean, it's just like if the department's attacked, it's my fault. If the department's rewarded, it's their fault.
Yeah.
You know, that's the way it has to be. You know, I will never throw my people under the bus outside my department, ever. There's no reason for it. Will we have our disagreements inside the department? Absolutely.
Right.
We have them all the time. You know, but when it comes down to it, these are my people, and it's my job to protect them in every way possible. Even when they completely mess up, I will take the hit for it. We had a situation like that with Tristan, where the month trailer didn't go over very well with the company. I went in and I said, okay, this is my fault.
Yeah.
Should have never been released. You know, a lot of people liked it, but it wasn't polished to the point that I usually expect things to be done. You know, failure several places, technically my failure.
Right. But you give them that creative freedom.
Oh,
to
absolutely.
Do what they say that the mantra of the department is "Show me cool stuff."
Yeah. Yeah.
Not make this follow this whatever. So show me cool stuff.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, because Blizzard, the Blizzard look and feel evolves. It has to. You know, it's going to, if it's cool, if we like it, majority of people out there are going to like it. But that was the rule back then, too. We made games that we like to play.
Yeah.
You know, so.
I'm going to pull up one question on my iPhone, which is very unprofessional, but it's something that your team, is a quote from your team that I didn't get to print out.
They're all wrong. They're liars.
They're all wrong. Okay, but I think it's important
They're
because
not allowed to talk about me.
the reason all this is important is because really what you do is you concentrate so much of your time making sure that the core values operate through your team, and that's what Inside the Gamer Studio is about. So
Right, but we don't talk about core values anymore.
right,
It's
you
just
do
action.
them. It's through
just
action.
Right.
It's through action. So this is how people who work for you see that.
Oh, God.
I would say that he has a deep love and care for this company and his team, and invests his time into people. Not many people can say that about people with the longevity with a company. But Joey Ray truly believes in the values and holds true to what Blizzard was built upon. And then
I don't handle compliments well.
I'm not going to tell you said these.
Okay,
though.
cool.
And no matter how the company has grown over the years, Joe's always held to the notion that Blizzard's most important resource is its people.
Of course.
And there's dedication and strong work ethic. It's been a real inspiration for all the new employees that come into the company.
Well, when you work 16 hours a day, they can't complain about making them work 12, right?
But they want to do it. They want to do it, right? And then
Well, that's just it. It's one of the things that came up
Yeah.
a while ago is someone said, well, you have to force your guys to do overtime. I go,
Yeah.
I've never had to force my guys to do overtime. My guys will come to me and say, I want to stay and do this. I want to stay and make this right.
right.
And I'll go, okay. You know, some departments do use quotas for overtime and stuff like that as mandatory overtime.
Right.
If they're happy in their job, you never have to ask them that. You never have to force them to do that. They will do it because they want the product to be awesome.
Right.
You know, and that's the way I've always looked at it. You know, foster that environment, and then you don't have to worry about the rest.
I agree with you.
Yay.
And also tying back into the beginning, you didn't have that nurturing family environment, right?
Not at home, no.
Not at home.
Right.
And you know, you do that for your children. And
Well,
but
they would argue that.
They would argue that. We'll talk about it later. But Adam and Mike gave that to you.
Oh, Alan and Mike were phenomenal, and still are.
And they were your family. And now, in turn, you've given that family to your team.
I think it's my responsibility. I think it's all the manager's responsibility is to carry over what Blizzard stands for.
Right.
Every single day. If we don't, and then we will lose sight of what Blizzard is.
Yeah.
And it'll just become another machine. It'll become Sony or EA and stuff like that, and nobody will care. And I don't want to see that happen.
And that responsibility, and from what I'm hearing from you, lies on the managers.
It lies on everybody, every single person.
Every single person.
Because a manager can do all he can. If your employee doesn't believe it,
Yeah.
you're screwed. There's
point.
nothing you can do. You have to really show them and teach them that this is real,
Yeah.
that there is trust. Because a lot of people come from companies that do not care
Right.
in any way, shape, or form. You're a
Nope.
number, get the job done, get out. You know, and we need to not do that, in my opinion.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we have to get to questions.
Okay.
God, this clock goes so much faster than other clocks, I swear to goodness. But before we do that, I want to talk South Park story.
Okay.
So people who don't know, your team actually went down there and did the machinima on site.
Yeah.
So you knew you were going to do this opportunity. You you packed your employees into the car. They didn't know where they were going.
Yeah.
What happened?
Well, basically what happened is I know the Cinematics team went and talked to them first, and then because of time constraints and stuff like that, they couldn't do it. So Shane suggested that we give it a try. You know,
Right.
Shane DeBerry, which I thank him for. It was actually very nice of him because we were a very young team then. In fact, the guys had only worked for me for about 6 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the first time we went up, I took Tristan up first, and I didn't tell him we were going. We just drove up. And he goes, where are we going? I go, I can't tell you. We'll just drive. We got up there. We walked in there, and he's like, oh, we're at South Park. I go, yeah, we are.
Yeah.
I go, don't worry. They're not here. You're never even going to see them. You know, we're here to talk to JJ and some other guys. So set him down, and Matt and Trey come in, just sat on either side of him. Just sat down. He's just like, oh, I go, work.
Yeah.
Yeah, so and we ended up we basically built all the characters at that time, just show that the characters could be built in game and that they would work out. And so we came back, did all that stuff, came back, and they made the decision, like I guess the next day. Okay, we're doing it. Pack everybody up. Let's go. So I told Tristan, I go, you can't tell anybody where we're going. So I didn't tell the team. We drove up there, same thing. whole team packed in my Prius at the time.
Very small car.
And got up there and walked in. They all went. I go, don't worry, you're not going to see them. Of course, they walked out immediately. We spent 2 weeks up there.
Yeah.
Doing from like 9 a.m. to 3 a.m. They bring food in every 4 hours. God, I don't understand why they're not big as houses up there.
You had 16 computers set up on one table?
Yeah, so it was us and some guy from Lee Sparks and Rob Foote and Shane and a couple other people.
Yeah.
We spent a couple weeks up there and had Nerf gunfights with them and did all the usual things that we just do because they were all doing them too. They're like, when Trey walks out with a Nerf gun, you kind of go, okay, it's on, let's go. So we did all that kind of stuff, and then.
And Matt and Trey would watch on a master screen while you guys were all working.
Basically they would be directing the actual shots, as we were doing them live. So we would be like, I was stand, I did the stand stuff, and everybody had their character that they played, and we'd go and set it up. And we did about 5 different setups because we did one in Iron Forge, we did one in Goldshire, which is the one that they end up using. We did several setups. And we had one guy that would go in, because we'd have to do live servers. We couldn't do it.
This is a Burning Crusade Friends and Family server you were on, actually. So it wasn't too crowded, but it was crowded.
It was crowded enough that people kept coming in, and then we'd have to port them out.
Yeah.
And then when they figured that out, then they'd send their IFCAR in, and then we'd port that out. And they're like, go away,
And they thought you wouldn't notice the IFCAR. It was a wizard, you'd port it out twice. And then you used the spell to try to peek around.
Yeah, so but Trey goes, well, why don't you just kill him? I go, no, that doesn't happen. We don't do that.
We have to follow terms of service.
In fact, they talk about it on their director's commentary on the show, is they talk about the fact that we protected our players even then. It's like, no, we don't. No, we'll move them, but we're not going to destroy them or kill them or ruin their experience, because that's the goal. So we want the people to play. But so last night we're there. It's 3 a.m. And we're looking at the last shot that we're doing, and Trey's at the board, and a picture comes up, and I see the picture, and I'm going, and it goes down immediately, and he looks at me, and I'm like, in my mind, I'm going, that kind of looked like me. And I'm like, no, just go back to work. So I went back out. And June, their lead animator, comes out. And he goes, Joe, we have to talk. I'm like, it's me, isn't it? He goes, yeah, it's you.
You're
and
that
I'm
guy.
like, oh. I go, fine. I go, after all the things that I've done to the people at the office, yeah, do it. And so they made me the bad guy. Except they made me bald. I don't get that part.
You look good bald.
Yeah. But it's funny because they did 4 different versions of me, and I see myself in the background of other shows now and then.
Yeah.
So like when Britney Spears is getting her head blown off in the Times Square about ready to kill her, I'm standing off the left going, kill her! So it was funny because we didn't tell Alan, and Alan was at home watching the show with his wife Nancy, and it came up, and he goes, Joey Ray! And he called me, he goes, it's you, isn't it? I go, yeah, it was me. He goes, that's awesome.
Yeah.
And then Mike told me afterwards, he goes, it's actually kind of cool that you are on South Park, because he remembered, and he reminded me back in '94, I brought a little cassette tape in of Spirit of the Christmas and showed it all to them, and we all giggled over it. So I introduced them to South Park, and it was, and I got to do this.
And then you won an Emmy.
And then on my birthday, they won the Emmy. On my birthday that year, they won the Emmy for it.
That's pretty, and it was the #1 downloaded video on Xbox for what felt like 3 years.
Yeah, the best part is if you look at concurrency on WoW, is up, South Park. Okay, up. Like people stopped to play, so to watch it was fun.
That's interesting. All right, because we're running out of time, there's like 4 other things I want to cover, but I'm going to quickly ask some questions from the external office, and then we're going to open up questions to the audience. Let's start with this one. This is from Ryan Cooley, who's an in-game service representative. Oh, I understand that you enjoy a good practical joke. So what would you consider the greatest prank ever while at Blizzard? With a good sense of humor being a valuable trait while working as a video producer, what was your favorite prank?
My favorite? My favorite's still the Grumpy Bear t-shirts.
Oh, yeah.
When we were in Paris in '98, I went to see StarCraft. We were at dinner with Frank, and he was called by his pet name. His date called him, he's just my little Grumpy Bear. I giggled my ass off. I couldn't help it. So I, when I got back to work, Elodie sent me a little picture of the Grumpy Bear on his little rain cloud, and I made 40 t-shirts. because that's what you do. You know? And I
Totally.
started passing them out.
When you get on someone's nerves, you make it into a T-shirt.
Yes, of course.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, so I made the T-shirts, started passing them out, and then Frank was not pleased. Yeah. There's a lot more to the story. I don't know how you say we're
okay.
almost out of time. So,
Yeah.
so what I did was I took one of the T-shirts up to Paul, and I told him the story of what happened. It's a little bit more involved story, but I told Paul everything that happened. He's laughing. He goes, "What do you want me to do?" I go, "I want you to wear this T-shirt in the next executive boardroom." He goes, "Okay." You know, so I didn't hear from him for a couple weeks because I had ordered 40 more T-shirts because I was going to pass some more out. Yeah, and I ran into him at BlizzCon and he was packing shelves and he goes, "Oh, here's what happened." I was in my office and Pardo and Frank were in there and he goes, "I had my T-shirt." Turn around. "What's that?" He goes, "This is my Grumpy Bear T-shirt."
And then Frank sat down at a table.
Well,
next
5 minutes
to
after
you
that,
after
I was at the lunch tables and Frank just sat down and did his best Frank Grumpy. I want a fucking medium. And I go, "It'll be on your desk when you get there." So I sent a medium up to his office.
Perfect.
That's still my favorite one.
Okay.
There have been several others. Putting Paul Sams up and half naked in a cage on the screen was fun too.
That's a good one. All right, let's do a career-focused one because we had a few of those. Let me find. Okay, this is from Robert Band, who's in-game services in Cork. And if someone's looking to further their career in the art of video editing with Blizzard, what would be the best way to go about it? What field should they branch out into, and should they be able to multitask into other areas such as storyboarding and scripting?
I would say no on the storyboarding. Scripting, yes. You need to be able to understand scripts. You know, you need to be able to read them and visualize them and things like that. The best thing anybody can do is do the job you're doing now better, and then show that you then, in the meantime, learn the skill sets. Like go out and learn After Effects, go out and learn Final Cut, go out and learn Avid, you know, things like that. But if you're not doing the job you have now, you're not going to do that job good either.
Right.
You know, you need to really buckle down and do your job and show that you can do your job, and then people will think about you for those newer jobs that come up.
Do the best you can do with what's
Absolutely,
on your plate.
every day.
So if people want to start lining up for questions for in the audience, and I will do the last couple of these while you do that. Sunshine will meet you in the aisle. Okay, Emma Sadler, who's in-game service representative for Cork. She asked, what piece of work have you done so far that is dearest to your heart? And what have you worked on that ended up receiving a bigger response, positive or negative, than you expected?
Oh, wow. That's... Well, it's bizarre because whatever I'm working on now is always the most important thing. I'm blessed or not blessed with the ability to completely forget about what I've already finished. You know,
Yes. Move on.
In fact, because that's just it, is if I'm giving thought to previous things, I'm not concentrating on what I'm doing. You know, and that's very easy for me to just turn that off.
Right.
You know, I liked the camaraderie and things that we had in the early years. I love all the Super Nintendo stuff. They were just fun to make because it wasn't 5 years in the making. It was like, have an idea, 6 months later, it's on the shelf.
Right.
You know, those were phenomenal times and they were great. You know, but I would say that. I mean, I think that's the easiest way to put it.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of value to those times and what you learned.
But we do some amazing stuff now. In fact, when people finally see like the Diablo DVD and things like that, the Blu-ray one that we did this time, it's some pretty cool stuff.
It has an Easter egg.
Yeah, it does.
Do you want to talk? Okay. It has a really cool Easter egg.
Yeah, we haven't
You're
even
gonna
told
love
the whole team doesn't even know about that one yet. Ray knows about it and a couple of the producers, but the whole team doesn't know yet. So we're not going to talk about that.
I don't know about it either then. All right, do we have our first question?
Just so you know, I cannot see you because of the light, so...
It's a guy with a beard.
Oh, okay. That narrows it down.
Yeah, hopefully the sound will carry through the beard. You mentioned that you were pretty much the first person in the company to have kids. Do you have any advice for those of us who have kids on being a dad at Blizzard?
Oh, the number one thing I would say is when the opportunities arise, take it and hang out with your kids. I think one of the mistakes that I made is I spent too much time in the early years, even though I enjoyed it, and I didn't spend enough time with the kids when I had the opportunities. I think that's very important because no matter what, Blizzard will survive you taking a couple hours to go hang out with your kids. And don't do it. Don't have kids.
It's a little late for that.
Hey, well, like I always say, you'll spend 2 years trying to get them to walk and talk the rest of your life trying to get them to sit down and shut up. So.
Hey, Joey. My name's Cliff. Actually, I worked with you a couple times.
Yeah.
I just had a couple of questions as far as have you seen the transition of how software has changed over the years, like editing software and whatnot? Do you see any like new trends coming up, like as far as what kind of softwares you're looking at, or?
I'm really hoping just to go to the brain chip and get it over with. I think that the tried and trues when it comes to editing are always the best. I think we're going to be moving into Avids here soon. I think that that's going to help out quite a bit. It's going to solve a lot of the problems that we're having with some of the lesser softwares that weren't made for as much damage we put them through. It's a matter of finding software that can keep up. With the turnover that we have, that's the most important thing. We need something that is extremely stable and can put up with what we do to it.
One more addendum. What's your opinion of the new Final Cut 10?
My opinion is it should be burned. I mean, I'm sorry, but you've taken a very decent product and made it for kids, basically, and it doesn't help us. They stripped a lot of really good stuff out of it and pretended that it was still there, and it's not. So I think that they ruined a franchise. I really do.
And you can find that quote on the software box.
Yes.
Right,
We have ruined this. Please buy it. It's only $200. Please take.
Hello there. So with Blizzard kind of having this expectation for always having the best cinematics with new games that are coming out, it seems like every generation, even back to like Warcraft 2, I remember the Catapult cinematic was like, it blew my mind, when I saw it. Is there anything specific that you think contributes to that or contributed to that?
I think the contribution to that is the drive. Our drive to make things better should be foremost in everybody's mind. If we look at something and we don't feel it's the best it can be, or if we even know we didn't do our best on it, we should redo it. Make it better.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait,
I'm
Dad.
not used to this kind of thing.
You're very good at this kind of thing. You're a natural.
This is the only interview I've ever done at this company.
I know. I won't need another hour. Okay, we had another question
I
actually.
actually kind of like being in the back room, just getting stuff done.
I know. I hear you. Trust me. Michael Blackthorne, who's the account technical service representative in Austin, said, as someone who's been in cinematics department in many roles for a long time, when do you watch other companies' cinematic products, also with Machinima, and what things catch your eyes right off the bat, and which movies have you learned from?
Well, as far as other people's cinematics and stuff like that, I don't.
Mm-hmm.
I really don't.
Yeah.
And that may sound extremely weird, but my eye is for Blizzard stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And what I see out there doesn't compare. So my job is to make our stuff better, not look at theirs and go, because you look at it and you're like, wow, they only went to 80%.
Right.
It's kind of disappointing.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want to dilute what I believe and what I see.
Mm-hmm.
So anything, whether it's the machinima stuff or stuff like that, how can we push that farther? How can we do better? We've left, even with the machinima stuff that we're doing here, we left what the world out there is doing behind long ago.
Yeah.
And the way we're doing it, the cinematics team is doing it, stuff like that, is so far beyond what is capable out there.
Yes.
That you can't really look back.
Yeah. I know when I saw the Diablo 3 cinematics, like my first thought was, I had no idea we could do that.
Yeah.
I didn't know
Yeah,
Blizzard
the
was
cinematics
capable
team
of
is
that.
phenomenal.
Yeah.
They're fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're only going to get better as time goes on. They just keep getting better and better and better as they bring in the right people and structure everything properly.
Actually, I want to talk a little bit. We didn't touch on this, but I definitely want to. You have a new boss, Nick Carpenter.
I have two new bosses.
Two new bosses.
Nick Carpenter and Mike Ryder.
And Mike Ryder.
Yeah.
Yin
and yang.
Do you mind share as much as you're comfortable with? But he came in and did the
19-year-old little kid, yeah.
he came in when he was officially your boss and did something that you do for your people, which was offer you safety.
He offered me safety and trust.
Yeah.
You know, and that's something that's extremely important to me. Even when my first meeting with Mike Ryder, I said, I will do phenomenal things for you if I trust you.
Yeah.
And Nick has always known that about me. Nick and Chris, we've known each other forever, you know. If I don't trust my boss, I can't do what I do.
Right.
Because I can't take the chances that I need to take in order to make our stuff what it needs to be.
You want to know they have your
You know,
back.
absolutely,
Yeah.
constantly.
And I'm going to say it, you can edit it out if you don't like it. He said, you're a very hard worker. You've always worked very hard. And he said, you don't have to hide behind the work anymore. You can let your walls down.
Well, one of the things that he said to me, and it was the first one of my bosses that ever said to me, was exactly that, is I keep some pretty tall walls around me all the time. You know, not just physically, but mentally as well. And he and I had a long talk about that. And he goes, you know what, Joe, it's okay. You're safe. In fact, you're going to make me tear up, so I'm not going to. He goes, you're safe. What you've brought here over the last 20 years is phenomenal. You have to understand that. My problem with all that is this, is to me, I haven't brought enough.
Yeah.
You know, I have to work harder. I have to do better. You know, and part of it is my childhood probably doesn't help that in any way, shape, or form. You know, but I'm just driven to do more. And I used to joke with the guys that I have to believe that I can be fired at any minute in order to do what I do. And I'm learning not to believe that.
Right.
You know, and that's a scary environment for me. You know, but I'm learning it. You know, so I even realized that the layout of my office prevented anybody from getting near me.
Yeah.
You know, so I changed that at the beginning of the year. I've made a lot of adjustments. I'm allowing Angela, is my new producer, I'm allowing her to do more things that I would normally just keep under my vest and hide and things like that. And I'm learning how to do those kind of things.
And you opened up your office to where, like, mentally you were showing your team, we are now open and communicative.
I actually let my back to the door, which is something I've never done.
Yeah.
Yeah, people attack you when you do that. But that's okay, I have a knife, I'm ready. You know? You know, but it's a different way of thinking for me, and it's an adjustment that I'm working on.
Okay.
Because I'm not used to safety, shall we say.
Yeah, but although you provide it, it's something that you have
because
to learn
it's
to
important.
accept.
Yes.
Yes.
It's like I'm really good at talking about other people, I'm not really good at talking about myself. This is absolutely frightening for me right now.
I love it. Okay, next question.
So the introduction of machinima as a storytelling tool in game was a pretty new and exciting thing that was pretty well.
It was a
received.
Wednesday.
Especially with
bored.
Wrathgate and everything. Is there a new direction or initiative or creative area that you would want the department to explore that it hasn't really done before, much in the same way?
Yeah, I think we're catalyzing that now. I think that we're in a position where we're right now trying to formulate what the team's going to be going forward. You know, we have so many directions to go, and we're being asked to do so many things throughout the company that we really have to listen to what Mike said and find those areas where we have to start saying no in order to be able to take the things that we really want to do and make them the quality and the just fucking awesome, you know, that we want to make it, you know. So I haven't seen it yet, but I know it's just right on the edge, and I think that some of the things that the cinematics team are going to be doing over the next couple of years are going to help us with that, and I think that those directions are going to be pretty strong.
Thank you.
Hey, Joey Ray, it's Kim.
Hi, Kim.
So I want to know your secret in terms of passion. So there's a lot of passionate people here at Blizzard, and that's what drives a lot of us. But you see a lot of people burnt out after crunching and, you know,
absolutely.
Especially in a team where you're supporting every single game franchise, and you always put so much hours into your work. And you're still, in this interview, I'm impressed at how passionate you still are about Blizzard and how, you know, you really want to promote that passion. What is your secret to kind of keep that going and not lose that? Because I've seen so many people lose their passion.
Well, I think that part of it is trusting your direct boss. When Chris was my boss, I trusted Chris completely. Even though when he broke his foot, he was afraid I was going to catch him caught underneath the drywall and take a picture instead of help him. I would have helped him.
He worked it in.
He knew it was coming sometime. I had to find the right place
I
for it.
didn't ask it.
Yeah, but the thing is for me, if you knew everything about my life, Blizzard was the first thing that I ever believed in and ever believed in me. And God, see, now she did it.
She's doing it to me.
Yeah. So many things happen in your life that when you can stop, create something, and then have someone just go, that's fucking awesome. You know, a lot of people don't think about that. I mean, because my team, we don't always get the feedback from what's going on outside. Our feedback is completely what we see, what we do, and the one person that's in there going, that's fucking cool. And every time that moment happens, that's a moment for me to go and find the next best way to do it, how to make it better the next time. You know, do we get caught up in day-to-day where it's stressful and stuff like that, and sometimes wrong decisions are made? Absolutely. But if your boss believes in you, has your back, and you can go out and do things that you never thought possible, then that's what drives me. Every dream I ever had as a kid, eating Spam and meat and cheese and all that stuff, every single dream I ever had has come true here at this company. I got to hang out with Ozzy Osbourne. When I was in high school, taking acid and smoking pot, you know, Ozzy Osbourne was it, you know. It was just like, oh my God, you know, sold their souls to rock and roll. Play it again, you know. I can't, it's very difficult to me to put in words. This is my passion. Showing people that these things are possible and showing them that there's more to it than just coming in, punching the clock, and drawing the color blue for a month. You know, there's more to it. You're part of something that's bigger than yourself, that's bigger than the biggest thing in the world for what we do. And that's awesome. And now I'm just babbling.
Well, no, I think, but you also, you alluded to this earlier too, and this is what I heard from your employees, was that the society of trust, and that you're constant, like you're hard on them, you give them tough love, but the goal is to create cool stuff. And so it's not as if, there's always a grind, but for them, they know that they're being pushed to be able to do things that is going to motivate them and keep them motivated.
Well, there's more to it than that. I mean, I also believe that we have some very talented people here. And sometimes you have to let them run in a direction.
Yeah.
And let them know that you trust them to run in that direction. Even though at first it may seem like it's wrong, they may come up with something that you never even thought of.
Yeah.
You know, I learned that with Taryn and the original team. It's like, dude, that sounds like a really good idea. Show me it works. Show me how cool it can be.
All right, we have time for one more question.
I hope I answered you, Kim. If not, we can talk later.
Hey, Joey Ray. So my question is kind of combining this entire interview and seeing how infectious your passion is. And I know a lot of people at Blizzard are here because it's Blizzard and not because of the job that we do. You talked about getting a higher education, you know, what the next steps are for your team, but is there any consideration of you being that, you know, chief in command for Blizzard culture down the road, and instead of just, you know, you being infectious and teaching what Blizzard culture is to the people that are in your direct team, taking a different position so you can, instead of focusing out to our customers, focus more inward to make sure that culture never goes away?
I would love to. If that's what they want me to do, I'll do it. You know, because to me, I mean, there's nothing more important than our people here at all, you know, and making them feel what a lot of us felt in the beginning. You know, there's nothing more important than that. You know, because if, as sad as this may sound, there's 1,000 little me's out there, it's going to be interesting if nothing else, you know. But
They have great hair.
great hair. I grew it myself, yeah, and it's graying badly, yeah. But the thing is if nothing else, I hope you guys take away the fact that what we have here is special. And there are moments when it does feel very corporate, but in those moments we have to pull back and look at what our values are, look at what we really believe in, and see that this is awesome. What we're doing 20, 30 years ago, completely impossible to do. I have friends now that every day they hate going to their job. I get up in the morning, I can't wait to get here. I'm the first one here, 8:30 every morning, I'm here. You know, because I love coming in here. I love doing what we do. You know, and if you don't, look at the other jobs out there. They're not fun. We have fun every single day, and that's more important than anything else. And it's hard, and it's rough, and there's moments when everybody in the room needs to be shot with a cannon, you know, but at the end of the day, when you deliver that product and Metzen or someone looks at it and goes, that's fucking awesome. You're just like, yeah, that's fucking awesome. What's next? You know, and that's cool.
Awesome, thanks.
But
Joey,
if they want me to do more of that
ambassador
stuff, I
for
can,
Blizzard
you know,
Culture.
whatever.
Everyone sent a letter to HR saying you think it's a good idea. All right, so we're going to close out.
Erica's right there. She
Oh.
got it.
Sorry, I forgot you were going to be here.
She has a nice bright yellow shirt on over there. So.
Oh, good, good. All right, we close out the Inside the Gamer Studio, much as Inside the Actor
Okay.
Studio. Yes. With 10 questions. You can pass,
Okay.
or you can use a lifeline and call a friend.
Chris, you ready?
All right.
Yeah.
Number 1, what is your favorite word?
Favorite word? Get it done. No, I don't have a favorite word.
Okay.
There's so many.
Get it done is equal phrase?
That's a phrase, sure.
What's your least favorite word or phrase?
No.
What turns you on?
Nice walk on the beach. Sand between my toes. No, figuring something new out.
Yeah.
Yeah, looking at something that someone says is impossible and finding a way to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What turns you off?
Failing. Yeah.
What sound do you love?
I love the sound of children crying in the morning. No.
That was Chris's.
I don't. My theory on sound is so much different because of my eye issues. So my sound my hearing overpowers everything. You know, so I don't know if I have a particular sound that I like.
What sounds do you not like?
People saying no.
What's your favorite curse word?
Fuck. Fuck, 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 fuck. I'm pretty sure that this is going to be my last profession. This is what I want to do. I am where I want to be, you know, and when I leave here, I'll leave here to be buried.
Aw, that's a terrible way to end.
Well, we're talking years now. You asked the question. I just
You answered it.
At least I'm going to be buried in my Cobra, though, so it's going to be good.
What profession
Because he can't have it.
What profession would you?
I just love it when they were 14 going, Dad, I'm going to be a really good driver. No, you're not.
What profession would you not like to do?
Janitor. Plumber. Same thing.
Plumber. If heaven exists, what would you like to hear God say when you arrive at the pearly gates?
What would I like to hear, or what would he say? I'm sure he's just going to go, really? I think more than likely he's going to go, you should have taken more vacation time.
Yeah.
Because I got the notice today. You are tapped out. Please go on vacation or you're going to lose money.
Which is why you will.
I don't vacation.
Which is why you will end up there sooner rather than later if you don't take that time.
Vacation's bad. Vacation's a bad thing for you. It just is. I did it once. It was horrible.
Yeah.
My last vacation actually was for Mike's wedding. We went to Hawaii and I was there for 2 weeks. 5 days in, I wanted to swim home.
Yeah.
You know. But then Chris showed up and we drank for 4 days and it was a lot of fun.
It was fine.
Singing Roxanne the whole time.
Yeah.
It is unfortunately time to go. We're 5 minutes over, and one thing that we didn't get to talk about, which I'd like to talk to you, maybe we could release on BlizzNet or something, or maybe they'll say no, but the 10-year anniversary video that you guys made.
Oh, that horrible thing with them bungee jumping.
Okay, so you guys all saw the 20th year anniversary video, right? Very polished, very professional. Everyone sounds very smart. The 10-year anniversary starts off with Star Wars graphics coming down the screen, people bungee jumping, and Alan saying this is better than sex.
Which at that time for him it was.
Which it was. And
Probably still is. Don't know.
and then it ties up with oh, come on, where's that
Top
card?
10.
It ties up with the top 10 reasons to work. It's just such a
It's just raw.
juxtaposition of what we have now. But okay, here it is. Top 10 reasons to work at Blizzard, and no matter how you dress, people
Top
listen.
10 reasons it's great to work.
It's great to work at Blizzard. No matter how you dress, people still listen to you. We don't care if you marry your sister.
True.
Number 8, Rogaine is free.
Yeah, that was for Frank.
Number 7, you will always have someone to shave your head with. Number 6, girls will be seen with you. Number 5.
If you're not, even when you're not waving a dollar.
I couldn't write them. Number 5 was a president as a child on a tricycle.
It was Mike on his little red tricycle. It was awesome.
Number 4 was you get to ride in Alan's new car. Which
He was on a camel in front of the pyramids in Giza.
Yes. I wrote number 3 was clothing.
Clothing optional.
Clothing optional.
Mm-hmm.
Number 2 was the Men of Blizzard calendar.
Yes, we had Seth Thompson in cinematics.
Right.
He posed for a calendar in college, and his sister sent it to me. Had to use it.
And number 1 was the senior vice president was half naked
dancing in a cage.
Dancing in a cage. And the video closes with "I like big butts and I
With
cannot lie."
Paul Sams in a cage in London, in a go-go cage in London over a bar. Yeah.
So in just 10 years, we've become very sophisticated.
Oh, yes, we have.
So what message would you like to leave these people who only know sophisticated Blizzard?
I think the message would be have more fun with what you do, because it is what you do.
I think that's great. All right, thank you so
Okay,
much for
you're
being
welcome.
here today.
Thank you, guys.
all for-
Let me turn my mic back on. Oh, I didn't realize we were in ads. It's going to kick us back to that screen and then we'll come back. But, oh, I hope everybody, I hope it didn't bore the crap out of you more than anything else. I mean, it's me looking back 12 years has cracked me up. But I did go and I got my Grumpy Bear t-shirt on. So I don't have it captured as a screen, but I did make quite a few of these shirts and upset the individual quite readily. If we look on the back here, it's a great big, oops, see, I knew it was going to take us back there. Sorry. So if we look on the back, it's a much bigger Grumpy Bear on the back. Can you see that? Yeah, I think you can see it. No. Okay, big Grumpy Bear. Oh, thank you very much for the cheers. Okay. How do you look back on some of your answers? What is the next, etc.? I still agree with all the answers I gave, in all honesty. You know, in fact, people that have been watching me on this stream since we started it 18 weeks ago have probably heard most of the stuff that's in there, most of my attitudes about stuff, but I will always reiterate the same thing. They've been refined over the last 12 years. Like, even the thing about teams is if the work that we do succeeds, I always blame it on the team. We succeeded because of the team. If the work fails, I always blame it on myself. That's what a good boss does. And then you go back into the team and do what you can to fix whatever the problem was. I was very nervous. In fact, it was the very first interview I had ever done. And Kat was very nice, and I gave her one rule. I go, you can go and talk to everybody you want, do all that stuff, and I will answer all your questions, but beforehand and give you any information you want. But for 30 days before the day we do the interview, you can't talk to me about it. And the reason why is because I will overthink the answers. And I told her, I don't want to know what the questions are. I don't want to, you can't tell me any of that. You know, you can't give me any information at all. And you can't talk to me for 30 days before. She kept to it, and to her credit, was just phenomenal with the question, the interview, and keeping it calm and keeping me from jumping out of my skin. That's so cool that you still have that. Yeah. What was cool was I had tried in November to get permissions to do it, and I did get permissions from the company. I was waiting for permission from a couple other people. We finally got the last okay, do it beginning of this week, so I put it up immediately for Friday, and I hope it went well. Were you nervous? You didn't look. Yes, I was scared to death. So, did you eventually achieve your doctorate? No, I did not, because I had left 2 years later. I had left Blizzard and was. It took me a while to be able to get past that, and I didn't. Instead of going back to school, I went to Houston and I worked at 6 Foot. So you left Blizzard and you're still not dead, or at least the freshest zombie ever. I am a very fresh zombie. That is true. Yeah, it was some of the things in regards to the way Blizzard was being run 2 years later. It just was the right time to retire from there. Yep. That makes sense, because you look like you look like you would be like a bumbling idiot. Well, thank you. That makes sense, because then you would look like you'd be a bumbling idiot. Well, that's true. Thank you, Troy. Yeah, like I said, I give Kat a whole bunch of credit for that interview coming off very, very well. She guided it extremely well. Yeah. Around the end, it seemed like your eyes were very strained, and people were asking you questions. Was it like giant blurs asking? Now, I had contacts in, because I was trying to wear contacts at that time, and I didn't realize that the contacts underneath those lights was going to be that big a deal. And for an hour and a half, that's a pretty long interview to have contacts in. I probably just should have worn my glasses, but I wore contacts that day. Who knows? It was hilarious. It took them 3 weeks to notice you secretly moved out. Well, the thing is it was funny, because my bedroom doors were at the bottom of the stairs right next to the kitchen, and my bedroom doors were left open, and that room was empty. And it just shows that 18, 19, 20-year-old kids do not pay attention to their parents in any way, shape, or form. So it was funny. Random, how did you get your curls to get curlier over time? Your hair is so much curlier. I have no idea. I think that I had brushed it out that morning or something, but I remember I have a picture of Angela had flat ironed my hair just once in our department, and that was hilarious. But now maybe it's just I kept trying to make my hair look good back then, and now I don't. Now I just let it do whatever it's going to do. So I don't put product in. I just wash it, condition it, and walk away from the shower. But as you grow older, your body changes and does weird things. This whole thing started coming out. You know, it gives the impression I have a chin, but as you saw in that video, I have no chin. And anybody that knows me or has hung around me knows I do nothing to my hair. I have a very cheap shampoo and a very cheap conditioner, and then I just leave it the hell alone. Was the hierarchy thing there that Thor talks about when you were there, or was it more department? Okay, I'm not sure what Thor talks about. So, Devil King, there was hierarchy issues started building about a year and a half after that in my department. I don't know about what Thor's talking about. No, Thor does not have hidden curls. He has the straightness of his mom's hair. So please show us what your hair looks like flat ironed. Oh, I'd have to find the picture. Let me see if I can. I'll search for it in the background. Let me just do a quick look here on See if it will come up. While we're talking, that'll run, and we'll see if the picture comes up. And if it does, I'll show it to you. If it doesn't, then we'll save it for another time. Okay. Oh, true. Okay. Yeah, the VOD will be up on YouTube, so you'll probably be able to get it there if they clear it. I like your mantra of "show me cool stuff." Well, that's always been in every department I've ever run, every company I've ever been with, and I've always said that. Okay, great. Now show me cool stuff, because that is, to me, that's what we do. Our job is to, as game makers, is to come up with cool stuff, and then show it to the public, and say, "What do you think? This is cool. Do you think this is cool?" Who needs a chin when you have a beard? Well, I didn't have a beard then. I wasn't able to grow a beard for most of my life. I was pretty hairless, except for the hair on my head. That really sounded awful. Sorry about that. Funny. You don't have to answer this if you rather not, but do you still have your walls up like you did back then? Not as bad. There is a certain protection I allow myself, that protects me from a lot of just stupid things, for lack of a better way to put it. And I hope that I hope one day they'll all be gone, but who knows? They may not be. They may be there for a good long time. Sorry, I'm looking through the pictures for the straight hair. We're in the area where they should be. It was very silly, though. No, but yes, the walls are still there. I am, as part of this, I am getting more comfortable with talking, because like even I said then, is I did not, I didn't do interviews. I didn't do anything. I just did my work, because that's all that really cared. Yeah, that's all I really cared about. So they're not completely down, but they're little like half walls. How about that? Little half walls. Can we get you to start swearing more? I don't think I could swear more. Looking back on that, I used to swear a lot. Apparently, I don't swear as much, and I've been trying to be good on this show. But yeah, I am a cursing person. Always have been. But that's part of the not being in public all the time. So you get to talk the way you want to talk. I am searching in the background here. I'm gonna have to get a bunch of pictures together and just show them. I'm not seeing it. That's okay. I only have a couple 100,000 pictures in my on these drives. Oh, I remember that. No. Let's see. Get start swearing more. No, profanity just sucks meaning out of the language. No, it doesn't. I don't think it sucks the meaning out of language. To be fair, that is common in a lot of game studios. Likely seen to start. Point triple. Okay, that's something else. Half walls is good. Oh no, you're very welcome. I think you're really grown into streaming and talking. I still have some hesitation on it, but you guys don't see it. It's all in me doing stuff. What is this down here, and why was it blocked? I understand that for sure, but having that mentality in a workplace is where you, okay. Yes, I always miss my teams. I miss all my teams. I like I said, some of my greatest successes were because the teams I was with. And I can't deny that or hide that. and I won't, you know. So yeah, there's been some great successes on the team for the teams. The answer that was blocked was not to me; it was answering somebody else. You have definitely improved. Your talking and enthusiasm has definitely improved since you first streaming. So by far, yeah, there's been some improvements. I'm very happy about that because I'm not, as I even said there, that was the first interview I'd ever done. It was also the last 2 hour or hour and a half interview I ever did. So, and like I said, Kat was amazing, being the person that's doing the interview, and it was great. It was a lot of fun. I am not seeing that picture. Oh, wait, here it is. Here they are. Let me grab those two. I found them. I found them. Let me put them over here on our drive. Show photos. Put them there. Okay. We're going to pull them up on this screen just because it's going to be funny. I'm going to put one on each side of my face. Let's say image. Okay, let's grab our photos. Photos. Where is one? Here is the first one. Let us put that there. So there's the first one with my hair all flat ironed out. Let's grab the other one. This is so silly. Here's the other one. Let's put him over here. There you go. That is me with my hair flat ironed out. She took all my clothes away, and I went, no. I love that you always went out of your way to ensure that your people got recognition they deserve. Well, it's important. That's not always, and that is true. It's not always the case in any company, actually. But to me, it's a manager's responsibility to make sure that their people are getting credit for the work that they're doing. And I will let you know, there's been a lot of times when I've been told that that is the wrong way to do it and I shouldn't be doing that. And I'm like, no, that's it. You know, it's like and even when I went to the UK, the first day I told them, you know, if there is, and I didn't mean this as an insult, I meant it as a factual statement. Whatever I accomplish here is not going to change my career. It's just not. It's not going to change my career. However, if I do it right, it will change theirs. And I think we did. I think that I was able to change quite a few people's career trajectories and put them in places where they could succeed better than they were given before I got there. You know, because it's if your team is successful, you're successful. If your team fails, you did something wrong. You didn't guide them right. You didn't scrutinize their work good enough. You know, there's 1,000 things you can put on it. But from the outside world, like I did this, and it freaked some people out at in the UK, is the president of the company came up to me and said, oh, that thing you guys did was really good. And I went, oh, well, X did this and X did this and X did this part and Y did this. And, you know, and I went through who worked on it and then told them thank you. And they went back and told them that the president said that they really liked that work. And I told them that's fantastic. But at no time did I say, oh, thank you, I made that happen, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to do that. Just not that person. You know, I'm more than happy to go back into the back room and let's be working on the next thing. Okay, let's see. Frantic, how? Now you just need someone to braid it. Oh, that would be funny. You know, do the full Viking braids. Yeah, that would be funny. If you were ever invited to play D&D with someone like Critical Role, would you participate? I've played D&D. Bob Fitch used to run a D&D game, and every single time I played, my character ended up dead in a ditch and nobody helped him. So, not his fault, because my charisma, when I roll for charisma, it never turns out well. It was touching when you talked about believing in yourself and having the trust of your boss, etc. I'm glad working at Blizzard was that so rewarding for you, your joy, as so many people never find that. That is true. I think that the first 23 years working for Mike and Alan and the all my original bosses, Chris, even, et cetera, I was never interested in advancing. I was never interested in having a team. I was never interested in any of that stuff. All I wanted to do was just sit in the back room and make cool stuff. And I did that. And then when I started advancing up the chain of command, it was like, okay, well now I build teams that make cool stuff, but it was always under bosses that understood what I was doing, why I was doing it the way I was doing it. And I didn't get in, I never had any issues until I got a boss that didn't get it and felt that I was a detriment. And then it was like, then it became difficult. A rising tide lifts over all ships. I'm glad to hear that. That's a lot of times dev just won't get credited in general. Absolutely. There's a lot of it, and I don't think it's just in our industry. I think it's in every industry. There's a lot of times when the people that actually do the work and make it amazing don't get the credit for it. And they see their bosses or their bosses' bosses taking bows for them. And I don't think that's right. No, yes and no. I don't think you're actually right on that, Devil King. I think that you will have a team that hates you, but most people in the US are like, I have to put out the work that he's telling me to put out, because if I don't, I lose my job, I lose health insurance, I lose all these things. So there's a lot of people that will just put up with it and put up with their boss taking credit for their work. And that's not a good thing to do. There was a lot of talk about passion in the interview. Do you think that streaming could become a new passion of yours? I'm working on it. We'll see. We will see. It is the only way if you want to keep your job. Sometimes that is in drum original. That is true. I never thought about well, I did. Because one of the things I said in there was absolutely true. One of the things that pushed me harder was to believe I could lose my job. And everybody goes, oh, but you were up there and blah, blah, blah. And that's all true, whatever, But Paul Sams was the only one that understood this about me that I recognized, because he would do this thing where he would come to me and have his serious talk with me, which he admitted later was just all bullshit, but it was to keep me believing that they were going to fire me any minute during stressful times, because it made me work harder, so I give him credit for that. But yes, I mean, it could be a passion. I'm still learning. The reason I was able to get away, that's a good way to put it, get away with a lot of things I did at Blizzard, was because I had a foundation there. I knew what was under me, all that stuff. Here, I don't yet. And I'm still learning it. And you guys have been a fantastic help. I mean, I give Savvy Otter and Sparta and everybody and all the people that are giving me advice through all this stuff. And you guys have been huge help for me, because I'm still on sand. The waves are still washing my feet. I'm not on a rock base yet in the streaming thing, but I'll get there, I'm waiting for the The zombies just shut up. Okay. Yeah, you do have a point to that. I can't lower myself that much and would leave. Yeah, some people can't. Some people cannot walk away from their jobs, and that's sad. You know, because you should be if you're being treated poorly at work, you probably should work somewhere else. You know, I've tried a lot to make my teams as comfortable as possible to do those things. Did I succeed every time? No. It's that, in fact, I'm sure that there's some of the things that I did that upset people, you know. But overall, I think that my teams trusted me and knew that I would be there for them, and that I would always have their backs, and that was what I was hoping for. But we'll see. You know, you never know until you know. Yep. I will get there. I'm waiting for 40 seconds to pass. Yeah, so those are my flat iron pictures. Let's put them up behind the zombies. This is what my hair looks like when it's all straight ironed out. Oh, you can see the gray in there too. Yeah, the gray was starting. Now I have wings. But if you look in the top, there is gray still up there, but yeah. Look, no chin. Yay! It's Jojo the Chinless Boy. And 4 seconds. 3, 2, and 1. My turn. Just to try this in reverse. Nah, your joy, you suck. Funny. Nicely done, Sparta. I can still teach you a few things when you're ready. Well, thank you very much. Yeah, there's a lot of pictures where I look like Thor. Well, let me rephrase that. There's a lot of pictures where Thor looks like me. Because I was here first. Let me see if I put the one in here that I'm thinking of that I really look like Thor. They showed it in that video, but I don't know if I put it in the system here. No, it doesn't look like it. No. Cats. We got cats. No, I didn't put it in here. It's probably on the backups over here, but put another search. If it comes up, it comes up. We do have dad jokes to finish and things like that, so we'll get to that in a little bit here. I'm just over 30, and the top of my head is gray as yours now. Oh, wow. Yeah, I had friends in high school that were gray. That beginning of the year they had regular hair. By the end of the year, half their head was gray. Thor looks like me. Yeah. I made that. Well, I did my part. Too funny. As someone pointed out, because apparently I said this at some point, is I made that face. Yes, I did. Too funny. I'm trying to find this picture that there's a couple times throughout my lifetime where my boys, each of them looked exactly like me at that time. They both grew out of it. So now it's like it goes back and forth and stuff like that. Oh, there it is. There's the one I was looking for. So this one would be like Thor in a couple years. Let me see if I can open up a new file system. Yep. And let me go over here. Pages. Nope. Here with this. Show photos. Okay. And I'll zoom in on, well, I won't zoom in on it. You guys will realize what it is when it comes up. Oh, here it is. I may have to zoom in on it, but we'll see. So let's turn that on and move that over here. So there. I look a lot more like Thor there. So I'm just a beach boy living in a beachy world. So yeah, that's me. As far as the rest of the people in the picture, the one over here on the far left in the glasses, that's Stu Rose. He's the one that did the animations for Blackthorne. So he did the main character animations for Blackthorne. Next to him is Brian Sousa up there. Next, then me, then Nick Carpenter on the far right. Matt Sammy in the bottom left. Then Scott Abeta next to him. And Sharon Anderson in the middle there. And then Harley Huggins down there in the bottom right. Yeah, luckily for me, we age well. Luckily for him too. Both him and Loki. Oh, no, we wanted this button. So we could probably go and make Thor a badge and put that on there. Let's take this up here. Sorry, Sharon. So there. See the resemblance? That's what 20 years does to you right there. Well, the hair thing, like I even said in the thing, I grew it myself. I just leave it alone. You can see there's grays up there. And people always go, well, why don't you color your hair? And I go, well, why? You know, would you consider shaving your beard now? Sometimes there's times when I want it gone, but here's what I've learned, and this is what I say to people because it's funny, but it seems to be true. The more I cover this face, the more people tell me I look good. So cover the face, and then you look better. So that kind of encourages me to cover this face. So that's where we're at with that. Hooah! So yeah. But this was when this was the week we started the cinematics department, which was a couple it was right after StarCraft shipped in '98. Yeah, so yeah, I look better with a beard. See, because I'm just so ugly. Oh, not that one. So, but yeah, you can see it. Oh, yeah, there's a lot of there's inklings of Thor there, but let's see. This would be Thor was 10. Yeah, so Thor was 10 when I looked like that, right in that general area. Or 11, probably 11. No, I keep it trimmed so beards do not get in the way of my soup eating. Although, when I brush my teeth in the morning and at night, no matter what I do, I always end with a little tiny spot of toothpaste on toothpaste foam. Well, because you can kind of shape it. You know, I had a goal for when I for my 60s of how I wanted my beard and stuff to look, and it never happened. You know, I tried. And I actually put out I thought I put the picture out. Let me see if I can find it here. It would have been in this section here. I think I put it up on Facebook and just said 60s goal. And then got into my 60s and my hair just didn't gray up enough. Like, that sucks. Oh, there it is. I took a picture and edited myself into it and then put it up on Facebook as a 60s goal. see if I can. I think this is the original one. I don't think this is the one that I did with my face. That one looks like the original. Oh, I'm not seeing the one that I mocked up. Oh well, I can find it later. It would have been in this section. Cars, more cars. Oh no, we're going all the way back to Korea now, so it's not in there. Maybe that was the right one. Yeah, that's probably the right one. Go back up here. I'll copy and put it up, and you'll see what I was talking about. Oops, wrong directory. So this was my 60s goal. You're gonna laugh. Okay, here you go. So this was when I was 58. This was my 60s goal. I could pull it off, but my hair didn't gray up. I wanted my hair to gray up. I could probably go get it dyed, but then I'm worried about them burning it all off. Because I could see picture on the right turning into picture on the left. I could see that happening. Yeah. I'll get there. Probably going to be 70s. So, yeah. Okay. Let us, if there's any more questions, do you guys have any more questions? Because if not, we're going to go back and finish up dad jokes. Yeah. Hair isn't curly. Yeah, it will. My curls are just going to make it look better. You can get all the shinies off the silver, and it's going to look really great, but you just got to wait for it. That's the kind of look I hope to have when I start graying. Yep. I saw that and I go, that I think I can pull off. But we will see. It was just tell him, Troy, just if he's asking which one it is, tell him it's the Inside the Gamer Studio. He'll know what it is. No, I did not go to the offsite for the writing of the Blizzard values. But like I said, it was the things that we were already doing by the time we got to the point to where our corporate entities above us said that we had to write out corporate values or values. But they were, none of them surprised me. But no, I did not go to the offsite. Because like I said, my goal was never to advance in the company, get to higher levels, do all that stuff. It was never, I didn't want to do that. And they took all the, I don't have to go. I probably had BlizzCon to work on or something like that at the time and just couldn't get away. But no, I was not at the level of saying, okay, I must be in every meeting and blah, blah, blah. I'm not that guy. I'd rather just be making cool shit. But I'm glad they came back with the values that we were already living. That was amazing to me. Okay, let's go back to, where were we with, okay, rather be working than stuck in meetings every day. Especially meetings that are about meetings. I've just never been a fan of those in any way possible. Okay, we are going back to where we left off. Let's turn that off. Okay. At least if grays in the same places. Yep. You know, there are so many meetings that could have been solved by an email. And I know that people talk about this all the time. I completely agree, however. But yeah, meetings are not my favorite thing. Thank you for sharing the interview with us. I really enjoyed it. Oh, you're very welcome. I mean, I hope you guys got something out of it. It is, I'm actually very proud of that interview. And I think Kat did an amazing job, and thank everybody that approved me putting it up. And yes, I do curse a lot. Sorry. You know, I'm the troll in the back room. That's what I do. Trolls in the back room curse because we're accursed. That's why they call us the accursed. Lots of good messages between the jokes. Yes, absolutely. Alrighty. Clear my throat. And let's get to the next joke. Let's get to it because we have a few of them left to go. Let me get my cheat sheet up. There it is. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to go. Yes, 7 to go. Love the interview, but missed the first 10 minutes where it'll be up on YouTube. It'll be in the, it should be, YouTube should have had the whole thing. I used up all of my suspend or snooze ads on it, so we ran out of them. I love the first part of the interview while you were cracking jokes about everyone and telling hilarious stories. I laughed my off. You kind of lost me around the core values, but it got back to being interesting as part after that part. No worries. I mean, not all of it's going to be for everybody. You know, all I do is go in and answer the questions and be as truthful as I can, and that's what you do. But no, it's not for everybody. Yeah, YouTube. It is stream. We do stream live on YouTube at the same time here. So here, see here. Oh, bum, 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 bum. We're live right now. Here is the live stream. Yeah, and then here's actually the one we're doing right now. So, thank you, Savvy. And let me close that so it doesn't talk in my face. Your person. Yeah, my personality, luckily my personality hasn't changed all that much. You know, I decided, and I've talked about this before too, is I decided long ago that I was just going to be me no matter who was in the room. And I always have been that, you know, because there were so many times in my past where, in all honesty, I couldn't remember who I was supposed to be based on who was in the room. So I just stopped doing it, you know, because you'll see people change based on who's in the room 1,000 times a day. And for me, it just got exhausting. And I'm like, I'm not doing that. This is who I am. You don't like me. That's fine. You like me. That's fine. I don't care. Because there are people that hate me with a passion, without a doubt, and always will. And I'm fine with that. You know, that's not my problem. You know, but all I can do is be me and see how it all kind of turns out. Oh, best way to be. In fact, it's the only way to be. Yeah, true. Yeah, it works out good. Okay. Here is our next joke. Our next joke is for your listening and answering enjoyment. We are going to go with, what do you call a dog that's freezing? What do you call a dog that is freezing? You can hate me or love me. It's fine, because either way, your opinion means very little. Pretty much, yeah. Sorry. I mean, because it's, if you hate me, it doesn't change who I am. If you like me, it doesn't change who I am. Very nicely done. Daddy Donkey has the correct answer. So, what do you call a freezing dog? You call him a chili dog. Daddy is correct. It doesn't look like anybody up here got it. No. So, Daddy, thank you very much. Let me get you your Let me get the Vikings to give you your soda. Sorry, when we moved, everything got moved around. Okay. 1 Viking soda. Also, I think I was incorrect. We only have 5 left. Yeah. Now we only have 4 left. Okay, let's go back over here. Okay. Frozen retriever. That's funny. I like that answer. Okay, that I like the frozen retriever. Icicle pup. That would be good. Icicle pup. Icy pop. Icy pup. Yeah. Let's get another one down here before the ads come. Why did the crab cross the road? Why did the crab cross the road? So, unless someone's looking this one up on the internet, I'm pretty sure I'm going to get a can out of this one. Because this one takes a lot of dad logic. Why did the crab cross the road? He needed to get to the Shell station. Funny. That's a pretty good one. Nice, Needling. He was strapped to the chicken. It was itching to get to the other side. I think we're talking about a different kind of crab here, Savage. Okay, let me make sure nobody got the answer correct, because there's a lot of them that the logic was going the right way, but okay, so because he didn't see as he was walking sideways, that is a very good clue, but not the right answer, because it can only go sideways. That is true, but not the answer. It was attached to the chicken. There was no sidewalk. To get to the other side, needed to get to the Shell station. It was strapped to the chicken. It was itching to get over there. He was in a pinch because it needed to catch the scuttle. Okay, so here we go. Your logic was correct. Why did the crab cross the road? He didn't. He used the sidewalk. Because he couldn't go across the road, he walked sideways down the sidewalk. Yeah, see that? You guys had the logic there, but you didn't piece it all together. Yeah, someone was close, but boo, Jar. Funny. Yeah, the close one was, where's it at again? There was no sidewalk because he could only go sideways. So yes, the logic's there, but you didn't follow through with it. I now have some sodas. They are all for me. And when I have some sodas, it makes me want to pee. Got back just in time. Cool. Why do beers always know the best gossip? Because they're always on tap. I remember my great-great-grandmother from West Virginia. They lived on a farm up in the mountains, and the way phones worked then, because they only had the house phone, but it was a party line, which meant everybody in the going back into the hills and all that stuff shared the same phone line. And one of the things she used to do was pick up the phone silently and listen to other people's conversations for entertainment. Always made me laugh. And we're back. Okay. He didn't. He used the sidewalk. That ad zombie are eating my neighbors. Frick no. Cool. I hope your neighbors are tasty. But do zombies actually have taste buds? And why do they like brains so much? Never understood that one. Oh well. Next one. Let's go. Tastes like chicken. When did they find water on the moon? When did they find water on the moon? Taste of human. Sausages. When did they find water on the moon? Water you talking about? That's no moon. Cute. What are you talking about? That's no moon. When the plumber was fixing a leak. When the moon waned. Very nicely done, Savvy. Savvy comes up at the end there with the correct answer. When did they find water on the moon? When it was waning. That is correct. Good job, Savvy. Here comes your can. All for you. One Viking soda for you. Enjoy the meaty goodness. When the moon waned. That is correct. Waned world. Waned world. Got the moon. Got some cheese. All good. Woohoo. Okay. Okay, let's go here and now. What dish is served hot, but always cold? What dish is served hot, but always cold? Revenge. Chili. Chili is correct. Jar got that one correct. What dish is served hot, but is always cold? Chili. Chili is the correct answer. Ice cream flambe. That's a good answer. Mama Bear's porridge. Nicely done. Revenge is always one. Revenge is always served cold. But whatever. You get the basic gist. Oh, I didn't put your. I forgot to put your Vikings. Forgot to put your. Not mine. Theirs. Gotta go over there, guys. There is your soda. Please enjoy it. Vikings, you may go. Okay. It is time for the last. That's right. The last dad joke. Here we go. What do lions use to look at their manes? What do lions use to look at their manes? A mirror is correct. Chryson is correct. What do lions use to look at their manes? Mirrors. That is correct. Let's give you your soda. You guys came very close today to getting 3 6-packs of soda. Very, very close. You are running on 0 sleep. Okay, well, number 1, don't run in your sleep. It's not good for you. You will run into something eventually. So exhaustion makes you punny? Is that what you're saying? So let's clear that out. We will have a lot more Monday, of course. But today was 17-3. Good job, everybody. You guys did a great job. Let's wait for the timer needs to go. While the timer's going, finishing out, what we'll do is we're going to have the Vikings box your sodas up so you can take them with you. They're going to take your 6-packs too. Send you on your way with them. They're also going to come over and take mine, of course. And just so you guys know, they don't resell the ones that I give them. It's because I think that would be kind of gross. So it's all good. We used to call that punch drunk. Everything is hilarious when you're exhausted. Yeah, absolutely. I completely see that. I cannot deny that I really like things when it's funnier. Funny is what we like. Okay, now we can put that off for later. Save that and close it. So let's see, what can we do now? Because we obviously threw all our timings off. Let's come back up here and put our, where'd it go? I need to close these, that's what's the problem. Okay. Close that, open that. We're finishing with our dad jokes. And I'm glad that you guys seem to have enjoyed the interview. If it bored you, sorry. You know, I know that it is old too, so probably some of it isn't relevant anymore. But it's my favorite interview, I think, and I really liked it. So yes, Chryson, just before this, I ran an interview from 2012 that I did with Kat at Blizzard. It's a pretty good interview. Well, if you look at the VOD later, you should be able to see it. Have you got any more? No, that is, I believe that's as far as things that were filmed, I think that's the only one that was filmed. Winnie the Pooh and the Blood, Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. Never seen that one. I'll have to look for that one. Did they chop Piglet up? Is that basically it? Could we do an interview with you on stream sometime? That might be interesting. Yeah. I also want to see about asking some of my friends to come in and let me interview them. That could be fun. Some of the old timers. Hey, old timers, can you come in? Of course, we'll have to get some wheelchairs out and stuff like that because they are old timers. That was odd. Don't know what happened there. Pooh and the gang are serial killers. Oh, I see. What's funny to me is they took the banana splits and made them into killers in a movie as well. I don't know if Mike would do it. I'll send him a note. I'll ask him. You know, but we will see. We'll see who bites. I'll send an email out and see who's interested. I just don't. I don't want to force them to do it. That's the tricky part. Because my way of looking at it is, if they want to do it, they'll do it. If they don't, they don't. I'm not going to hold it against them. You know, everybody's different. Invite in your old timers and ask them questions like, what do you want to know about me? What was your favorite cinematic I worked on? Hey, I would chuckle for sure. What do you want to know about me? There would be better questions than that. There would be like, why are you scared of me? There were some good ones, you know, and Paul Sams and I became brothers in crime on some of them, so they were a lot of fun. Yeah, because I think that, and we ran into some problems in that some people didn't like the fact that we played practical jokes at all. You know, I always liked them because it was a very old school way to be, you know. But some people didn't like them, you know, and that was fine, you know. But what do you hate most about working with me? What do you like the best? You know, I think that my list of questions, yeah, going to be completely different from the ones that you guys put up here. But I would at least make it interesting. But I will take some of your ideas here in mind. What do you hate most about working with me? I like that question. But I also think I would know the answer to that, because here's what I believe what the answer would be is that I scared the hell out of them. You know, I don't think that's I don't think that one's going to surprise me. Because you got to remember, most of them were very young 20s when we all started, when Blizzard was born. And as part of that, I was already 30 and basically was the old man in the corner just watching them. Because I didn't talk all that much, I would just stare and watch them do silly things, shake my head and walk away. Was somebody HR? We had HR, yes. We didn't have HR for the first, oh God, when did we get HR? I'm thinking the first 12 years we didn't have an HR person. But we are also under 50 people. So Alan and Mike handled most of the HR stuff. You have to have practicals. Sometimes, yes, but some people don't like them. I still remember, I think I told this story before. I still remember Roman coming up to me when we were one day at the campus. And I've known Roman since he was I think he was 18 when he started with us. And he came up to me. Now he was in his early 30s when he came up to talk to me about this. And he comes up, he goes, I got to tell you something. I go, what's that? He goes, last night I went out with the guys from work to karaoke. And I'm sitting there and I'm watching these young kids just do some ridiculous stuff. And I sat there watching, And I realized I was giggling and shaking my head. And I'm like, oh my God, I've become Joey Ray. That always made me laugh. I go, yeah, you get to that age where you're watching people do silly stuff and you're going, oh my God, was that really the way I was? The most valuable lesson I learned, in all honesty, for me, if you're asking me that question, is just be yourself no matter what. And hope that they accept you for who you are. Because you have no that you have no other you, if that makes sense. To me it makes sense, but I don't know if it makes sense to you. But and being all those other people is exhausting. I am copying down some of these questions so that I have them. And copying down your guys' names so I can credit you guys for them. So should anybody decide that they will walk into the gauntlet, it'll be fun. I do like the question, what do you hate most about working with me? I love that question. Mm-hmm. Well, every vacation I've ever been on, I've been forced to go on. There's a story that Jenny likes to tell. I remember one time Mike came to my office and he goes, "Look, you have to go on vacation." And I'm like, "No." And he goes, "No, you have to go on vacation. You will be gone next week. That's all there is to it." So what I did was I did not go on vacation. I said I put in the vacation time request. And then I drove to the office at 6 a.m. every single day the next week, parked my car in another parking lot, and then went into my office, closed the door, put a towel on the bottom of the door so they couldn't see light in there, sat in the dark mostly, and continued working. And I remember Jenny saying at one point that Mike had come out and had come over to the office and he's standing outside and she goes, "Can I help you?" Jenny was my producer. And he goes, "I'm looking for Joey Ray." And she goes, "You told him he had to go on vacation this week. He's probably at home." Then Mike goes, "Oh, I forgot. Oh my God, now I realize he's always here." It was very funny. But I was in my office, but neither one of them knew it. So that made me laugh. I was in my office with the door closed because my office didn't have any windows or anything like that because editors live in caves. That's what we do. But yeah, vacations are not. The one time I went on vacation was the first time I went on vacation was when StarCraft shipped in that area there. And IT came to, they were supposed to fix one thing on my computer because my computers were the most advanced computers in the office because they had editing stuff on there, all kinds of stuff. And I had 7 hard drives in my computer, and the IT team fixed what I needed them to fix, but then looked at how my setup was and said, "Oh, we need to fix this too while he's gone." And then they fried all 7 of my hard drives. And I had to completely rebuild my editing systems and everything else when I got back and they were never allowed, IT was never allowed to touch my computers again. They had to get special permission, and I had to stand there over them to make sure they didn't touch anything else or move anything else. I actually enjoyed Hawaii. It was in Maui, and I started going there because we were forced to take time off at Christmas. I started going every Christmas for a while, and there's lots of things to do there. Like one of the things I like to do is you go out to the crater and snorkel, which was a lot of fun. They take you a boat out to the top of the volcano hasn't come up out of the water yet. And it's just looks like half a ring. snorkeling there, and then they take you in the boat over to where the turtles are in the wild, and you swim with the turtles, which is really good. That's one of the things I like doing. I like doing the sunrise over the crater on the top of the volcano, where you watch the sunrise over that, and then you ride bicycles down the volcano and have breakfast in town there. And then there's also zip lining. There's you go up on the volcano, and in Maui, where they used to be, I don't know if they still have it, but you would hike up. They would drive you part of the way up. You'd hike the rest of the way up, and then you'd do 5 zip lines all the way down the mountain, which was really cool. And then eating, of course. So going to Mama's Fish House or the gazebo for breakfast, Mama's Fish House for dinner was just great food, amazing food. But what I always tell people when they're going to go to Hawaii anywhere is the first thing you do is you get off the plane, of course, you get your rental car, and the first place you go is you go to Scuba Bob's or Scuba Joe's, I forget which one it's called, and you get your scuba gear for the week, and it costs you about $20 to have scuba gear. And then you just put it in the trunk of your car, and then anytime you're driving around, if you see a little area that you want to scuba in, just grab your stuff and go out and jump in the water. There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff to do there. You know, you can also do the luau's and all the other stuff too, but just the little things of running around and doing stuff was fun. Yep. Oh, the ad zombie's coming. Yeah, he's coming. I was able to put some of them off during the interview, but you may have to go to, for the things that you missed during the interview, you may have to go to the VOD later and see. Easy, mainly Maui, where this was. Well, Maui's where I've been to several of the other islands, but Maui is the one that I always had the most fun on. Yeah. Lots of conversations going here. Not sure which ones are to me, so throw that up real quick. Oh, wow, that's a good place to be. That's kind of cool. Yeah, one of the saddest thing about Maui though was Lahaina burning down. That was upsetting. I think it was Lahaina or something like that. I forget how to pronounce it. I always pronounce things wrong, as you all know. Ask them if their host company sale purchases lasted as long as your iron. Oh, the iron. I still have that iron. I love that iron. Thank you, Bed Bath and Beyond. And the zombie should be done now. I think that my iron to this day is still better than what they bought. I'm sure they've moved on to other things. But I still have my iron, and my iron is great. Do you see the same chat, or is it a different for you? I notice when you answer chats, it's not in the same succession as us. Oh, I know that we all get the same chat. I think we all get them in different orders though, which is why we put on the dad jokes. We put the end timer as to when the timer ends, because we've come into a situation where the lag for some people is greater than others. But we definitely do get things in a different order. So I also go back and try to, because not everybody puts the @YearJoy on there when they're saying something directly to me or asking a question. I go back and try to search for things that I missed. And so it will not be as, it may not be in the order that you expect. No, everybody's different, but we still get all the same things. It's just a matter of, I'm assuming, lag. Because we've had a couple times on the dad jokes where people said, well, I answered before the time, but it didn't come up. It didn't come up before the time ended. So it throws things off. But that's why we now have the no answers will be accepted after this moment. Yeah, I believe it's just not all in the same order. Yes. That's why we kind of play loose and free with dad joke scoring, because it's like, okay, well, close enough. Okay, let's see. What time is it? What can we do for 15? Do you think you will go back and do your PhD? I don't know. I don't know. I've thought about it, but I was doing it through the University of Phoenix, and it was online only, and it was pretty expensive per unit, and I don't have that kind of disposable income anymore. So if I made more on this, maybe, but not no pressure. Just because I am hoping that this actually pans out to something that can sustain me through my old age. As long as I keep talking, I can talk forever. But no, I don't know. I've thought about it, picked up a few books here and there. Mostly I study on my own on stuff, so it costs a lot because the price per unit is just ridiculous sometimes. Messages go, your computer server broadcast to others. Lag at any of these steps can cause differences in message order. Yes. But in all honesty, the funny reason why I would have got my PhD was really the only driving force for me getting my PhD, because it's not something that I actually need day to day. But and Frank doesn't talk to me anymore. He never liked me anyway, because in those early years we drove each other crazy. Yeah. That's pronounced drawl. Yeah, Frank and I have a hate-hate relationship. The t-shirt didn't help. Just so you know, this t-shirt did not help. He was very upset about the t-shirt. Alrighty, so let's see if we got, what do we got over here? We did the shirts, we got albums. I would go to some game dev, but it doesn't look like we're like only have 13 minutes left. So game dev is probably, thank you very much, Cody Yapes, for the follow. I appreciate it. That looked like a Jagex logo in the middle of his thing. Would you play more Death and Return? Yeah, we could do that. I can torture you guys with some Death and Return of Superman, that's for sure. Let me pull Blackthorne out, since Blackthorne is in a bad position. I don't know how I'm going to kill 3 of those guys with the life I have, so I may have to go back and re-up the where we are in the game, and so that we can get some. Okay, that's not going to work. Let's do that. Do that. Wait for that to connect in. Do you want to torture the poor man? I deserve to be tortured at this point. I made you guys watch that a 13-year-old interview, so torturing me with a little Superman isn't a bad thing. If it makes you happy, it can't be that bad. Oh, that's weird. Didn't I load that? Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. Now, look at that. We're only going to be able to kill a few minutes. We're not going to be able to do the full 30 minutes because we do need to close out here by 4 o'clock. That's what I need him for. Yeah, you can still watch it after. It'll still be, I'm going to leave it in the queue, so. I actually like Frank, so he don't like me, but that's okay. He has the right to not like me. The thing is I do not do practical jokes or pick on someone that I don't like. It just doesn't happen. If I like you, then yes, there at some point I'm gonna play a practical joke on you. It's not me being mean. It's me actually trying to like do a camaraderie type thing, but it doesn't always work out that way, and not everybody takes it that way, and that's probably something I probably should learn more about, is why some people don't like even not polite, but even good humor teasing, shall we say. Not trying to hurt people, just trying to make them feel like they're part of the team, you know? But not everybody feels that way, so you got to be careful sometimes. And because for me, yes, humor is the most important factor, but for some people it's not. Some people think humor is being mean. Not my way of looking at it. Not trying to be mean, just funny. But not everybody deals with bad situations in a humorous way. Because in my childhood, my humor saved me a lot. So I'm just programmed that way. I'm also just very straightforward with stuff. If I want to know something, I'll just ask. A lot of people don't like that either. I think part of the problem is that a lot of people are not used to having any kind of humor in regards to stuff. So when you say something humorous, they think you're actually being mean or mad at them, and they don't know the difference between. So that causes problems. So I always tell people when they first meet me is not everything I say is serious. So, and my shirts are kind of a dead giveaway. So I don't know why people expect serious out of me when I wear the shirts that I wear. But one thing I can say is anybody that I ever talked to at Blizzard, they knew exactly, like Savvy just said, they knew exactly where I stood on stuff. I never pulled punches. I never pretended to be something I wasn't. I had very strict rules on myself as to what I will and will not do, and that's all you can do. What is your standard? What is the flag that you wave? And a lot of people put up information that I don't need. It's like the blonde person saying, "I see. It's not meant to be taken literally." Okay, I'm not sure what that means, but small typo. Change the contents of my sentence a bit. Oh, blind. Yes. Okay. Don't get me wrong. I come from California. I know the blonde jokes, so I'm like, did I miss one? Yeah. And our time for this is almost up. So where are we at up here? What did I miss up here? Nothing. There's nothing with my name on it, so I can do nothing. Let's just finish this pass out real quick. Oh, do you? Do you, Devil King? Do you know all the blonde jokes? Mm-hmm. Okay, let's test you. Why do blondes wear their hair in a ponytail? Yeah, the claw guy's a pain in the ass. Did he answer? To hide the valve stem. To hide the valve stem. I'm sorry. Blonde jokes in California are always. They're so funny. They're harmless, but some people get very upset about them. Okay, let's go to just me for a second here. Let me make sure we got everything open for our closing here. We do not, so let's open it. That is going to help. You put this right here. We need this. Need to open this up enough to where we can see. Need to open it up over here. Let's go to our raid board. Raid. Okay. Move this over a little bit. Pop this open. That goes to there. Alrighty then, let me move this just a smidge over this way so you can see the names at least. All right. Anybody come off of quarantine? Yes. Chimney and Legs comes out of quarantine today. They've done their 14 days. Today is their day back. Let's click that. Let's wait for these guys to do their thing. We will brains. Okay, let me while we're in here, let's go ahead and okay, Pirate Software is still in quarantine for another day. Guess Admiral Premiere 2. Oh wait. Okay, no, we're still good. Premiere 2. Could have swore they were on this list. They might be down here. Ah, they're there. Premiere 2. Down just outside of your screen, sorry. Let's see. Annie. Code Miko. Ray. Ferrets. I think Ferret's in timeout or in quarantine. Gotta keep using the right word. Sanctuary's in quarantine. Ezekiel. Psycho. And then Bob Ross. And let's see who's below the line here. I don't think that person's on our list. Let's see, I'm not seeing them down here. Let's look up here. Oh, they are. I think this is the first time that they've actually been voted on. Okay, violin, Joe. Joe plays violin. Furball Farm and Chipmunks. Furball Farm, Chipmunks are still in quarantine. Okay, so we got 12. So we'll do 4, 4, and 4 for the rounds. Hopefully nobody will drop out on us. We will see. Go here, go there, start a poll. New poll, round 1. Alrighty then. So for the first one, we have Admiral. We have Annie. We have Code Miko. Ezekiel. Okay, that is round one. Starting the poll now. Let's do this. Make sure we mark off the ones that we have in the poll already. 3 and 4. Got an itchy ear. Okay, so what do we got going here? We got 1, 1, 1, and 0. We have a 3-way tie right now for first place. My favorite blonde jokes is the blonde gets pulled over by another blonde. Do you have any nice plans for the weekend? I don't know yet. I know that I have a thing to go to tomorrow. But other than that, I do need to figure out what's going on with our teleporters in our game, our room teleporters, because they are kind of screwing us up. I'm not putting them where they're supposed to be, so it might be something that I may have a number out of place somewhere in the code itself. 2210, correct. Now we have a 3. We have 3210. Yep, we're counting it down. Hello, I'm Casey Kasem, and welcome to the countdown. Tonight, let's go on to, there was a child born in 1963 that didn't get a big break, but later on to become a huge rock star. Let's listen to Bruce Springsteen, Born to Run. Yeah. Coming in at number 5. I think yesterday was Chris. I believe so. Yes. No. Yes, yesterday was Chris. Okay, we got 3 for him. Annie got 3. And then we got 1 and 1. Okay, 3, 3, 1 and 1. Let's get our next set put together. Round 2. And we have Insum. Joe plays violin, who is awesome. Psychohypnotic. And Ray. So that is our next 4. Since we have 12, we're doing 4, 4, and 4. Make sure you guys can see them on screen. Good. Now I'm sending the poll out. View results. And let's put our markers in so that I know that they're done. Oops. A guy walks into a bar. A guy walks into a bar and hears 2 women speaking in a funny accent. He asks, "Are you ladies from England?" One yells at him, "No, it's Wales." So the guy says, "Sorry, are you 2 whales from England?" Oh, that's brutal. Yeah, Chris yesterday said some amazing things. I'm like, wow, that came out of nowhere. I did not expect that. But I'm glad that he did. I mean, because our community needs stuff like that to grow and things like that. And I'm glad that he was very accepting of us popping in and raiding him. And I'm glad that he said some nice things. Because, yeah, in this world, in the streaming world, I'm a complete unknown. So I totally get that. You know, the fact that he took the time to go and find out who I was and what I do and things like that was, I thought that was very cool. Okay, so that is correct. Our last ones are down here. Can we get all 4 of them on? Yes, we can. Good. Okay. Round 3. We got J Booty Show. I didn't, that's a new one. I don't think we've had that one to vote on before. We got Premiere 2, Bob Ross, and Furball Farm. Here's round 3, starting the poll now. Yeah, he was very I don't know, he was very nice. I was very surprised. Not about him, but I'm just like, okay, well, yeah, hey, cool. Glad that he thought highly of us. He seemed like a good guy. I listened to him for a little while. Oh, where are we at here? Okay, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. 2, 2, 1, 2. Two, two, 1, 2. You've been very stretchy lately. Why am I doing that? Something's up. Okay, getting close to the end here. We'll do our final 2, 2, 2, 2s. Lots of 2s. It's okay. I know how to deal with ties. It's easy. One thing I do need to do is I do need to bring the trash cans in right after the show, because they have been emptied. Sometime I'm going to have to clean my clean the house this weekend. That's part of my weekend. All right then. Let's put our final vote up. New poll. Final raid vote. Okay. So it looks like the highest vote we got anywhere was 3. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 3s. Okay, well, so all the 3s get in. We have enough to fill up 4 of the slots. Admiral. Annie. Ezekiel. And Premiere 2. Okay, now let's look at the 2s. This one has, okay, let me open this up over here. So our first 2, Joe, has 12 votes this month. Psycho has 11. Jab has 0. Bob Ross has 14. And Furball Farm has 27. So Furball Farm wins. They get put in to the final vote. So here comes the final vote of the raid for today. So let me know who wins. I will be doing some cleanup over here. Alrighty then. Clean all this up because we're not going to need this. because one of those 5 people will be online. We will just go down the list of votes until we see who is still here. So let me go back to Twitch over here so I can pull this to the side. Let's go back to the vote. Right now, Premier 2 is in the lead with 7 points. Take a look at what he's doing, or if he's even still on. I don't think he's still on. I think he left us. No, he's still on. Okay, let's take a look. This will also give me a chance to get out of commercials. Okay, Premier 2 now has 8 votes. We're almost to the end here. Everybody else has less than 3. So we will be going with Premier 2. I do not know this person, but you guys voted for him. So let's go to Premier 2 and add today's date. Oops. It's 03. There we go. So we have put him up. So he enters quarantine tomorrow. Let's grab the launch here. We set this here for a second. I need to go to this. Let's go to our first page. Okay. Well, thanks everybody for hanging out today. I'm glad that you enjoyed the interview. Like I said, it was a long time ago, but it still to me shows who I believe I am, and that's pretty good. So I will obviously see you guys in 2 days, 18 hours, 8 minutes, and 0 seconds. So let me, I'm going to start building the raid here. Let's see. Hopefully he allows raids. Sometimes they don't. So let's see. I'm building the raid now. Okay, it is building. We are in good shape so far. He is set. We are at 72. Yeah, 72 people will be joining the raid today. Thank you guys so much for hanging out today. We'll get back to our development stuff next week and hopefully get a lot of really cool stuff done. So here you go. Have a great evening. Have a great weekend. Thank you everybody for everything. You guys are awesome. Okay. See you on Monday.